And that was a little reverb for everybody out there. Thank you very much. What's up, Green Dragon Tavern Chats? All by myself here tonight, for right now anyway, and that will change as we continue on, I am sure. I have sent a few invites out there to a select few, and we shall see who shows up, and if nobody shows up after I'm done yapping my gums off, because let's face it, I don't get enough chances to talk around here with Mule and all of, yeah, there's a lot of them, but I don't want to throw a whole bunch of them under the bus. But there's a few out there. I don't get many chances to talk. So this is your chance for a brief moment to pick the mind of the Stinger. And first and foremost, excuse me, just had dinner. We're going to do some shout-outs to the room. J. Watt, fuck you. QC Hemp, what's up? QC Hemp, you're welcome for opening the dragon. I will send out you an invite later. I want to try to pronounce this. Agitator 263. What's up? And that's pretty much it for everybody else who's watching. How's it going? How's your Tuesday night? Mine's okay. I've been having a decent day. I shot 4 videos today. And only 3 of them will be up on my channel. One will be on a secretive channel that not very many people know about. In fact, I think only one of them knows about it because he's my only subscriber on that channel. But that channel is going to be a VR channel. And 3 out of the 4 videos that I did today were VRs. So you guys are going to see like 2 VRs and another episode for all those who are actually subscribed to me, I should say. Which probably aren't very many. But the other one, the other video is, you know, the Punisher Rifle Project. Another addition to that. So if any of you enjoy watching that, you'll have that tomorrow. I would post it tonight, but I'm going to be kind of busy tonight here hanging with you guys. So how are all your channels doing? I hope you're all getting plenty of subs out there. If you're into that. If not, I hope all is well with your government, which it's not, but what can you do? And when I'm not talking, I'm either reading a comment or I have nothing to say. So, first of all, Gatored 157. Checking TV storms in area of PA up from Elmira, New York is getting its ass kicked. Lots of crazy weather. Weather here in Arizona has been nice. Last weekend, Mother's Day. Oh yeah, by the way, I hope everybody had a great Mother's Day. Last Mother's Day, Sunday, we had a great day here. It was in maybe the high 70s, low 80s. And it was so nice we actually went out and barbecued. However, this next Saturday is going to be like 104. So it's going to be hot. And I'm back. So that's the weather. Hope the weather is all right by you. Once again, if you're not subbed to me and you actually give a shit and you want to, it's Poison Stinger, one word, and that's all you have to look for. And there you go. J. Watt, fuck you. I can get people to join if I want. I have only selected a very select few of people that don't annoy the fucking piss out of me to invite. And, of course, apparently I annoy the piss out of them. So until they get home or done with dinner or whatever they're doing, it's just going to be me for a little while. And, as I said, we'll just chat. Why not? Lots of good chats lately. Mule, oh, by the way, I want to bring up Mule Team. He thoughts and prayers go out to him, and as he always says, pray to whatever you want to pray to, the cosmos, good vibes, yada yada, whatever. whatever your belief system is, go ahead and give it some love over to Mule. Him and his family are going through some times right now. Not going to get too much involved, but I think he's already said what's going on. He is today with his grandson, as his grandson gets a stent put in his heart, and he's got issues. And I think I said his son, I meant his grandson. His grandson has had heart issues in the past, and definitely praying for him. So good luck with that, Mule. Hopefully he'll be back on Thursday. So all of you guys who were coming to see Mule, you can bail now and come back on Thursday. How's that? All right. And I'm just going to refresh here. Stinger is going solo, Joel Sweatman. Have you ever wondered what makes Stinger tick? I know you haven't, but if you have, this is the time, man. No interruptions. It is Stinger solo. Aggregator 93 degrees right now here in Social. Okay. And Ronnie Brown. What's up, Ronnie Brown? True Seeker is in. Maybe we should have a contest or something. No, because I can't afford shipping. New information on my end. I will be heading out to Kansas this in about 3.5 weeks. So this Friday will be 3 weeks. So yeah, about 3.5 weeks. So that should be fun. I will be meeting up with the one, the only Kansas Hillbilly Prepper, and that should be fun. It should be a lot of great videos. Kansas Hillbilly Prepper is having a contest right now that I encourage everybody to go enter. It's his almost 500 subs giveaway, and he's got some pocket knives he's giving away. They look pretty nice. And since he's my friend, of course, I'm going to enter. That's one of the contest videos that I did today, and I will have up tomorrow. Let's see. Other contests, well, at least the ones that I'm entering anyway, I might as well give them shout-outs if I'm entering. You might as well go check them out. J.R. Dougal is having a contest for a Glock 42, and I had no idea who J.R. Dougal was, but hey, anybody giving away a gun, you can't go wrong. So, I mean, it's a 380. It's the 380 Glock, the brand new one, 42, and very easy contest to enter. It's just like a minute-long response of what you would do if you were president. What one law would you enact if you were president? And that's a great topic for debate right here. And in my video, which you probably won't see even if you're subscribed to my channel, because it's going to be on the other channel that not too many people know about, is if I was president, what one law would I try to pass? I basically said the president's not supposed to pass shit. It's supposed to be the most boring job in the world. Just there to make sure that, foreign enemies don't invade our country, and to make sure that all the branches of government are working correctly. And that if I were president, I would try, see how far that'll get you, but I would try to eliminate all but the original 10 First Amendments of the Constitution, and then any constitutional amendment beyond 10, so 11, 12, 13, 14, all the other ones, they would all be subject to scrutinization, making sure that they don't affect the original 10 amendments, and if they were even necessary to begin with, and taking out all the unnecessary crap that are in them, which is a lot. And I know there's a lot of other people out there that have probably better ideas than that, but that was like the best thing I could come up with at the time. So there you go. Another contest, I think it's Michelle Just Playing. I just recently subscribed to her, and she's got some pretty cool zombie blades and other paracord stuff that she's giving out, which is really cool. And usually I wouldn't enter that contest. I'm not really a contest person. I don't enter them as much as some of my friends here on YouTube does. But I couldn't help but enter this one because she wanted one of two things: either paint your face up like a zombie and make your zombie voice known, which I wasn't going to do, or show your zombie weapon of choice. And, well, I had to, man. Any excuse, absolutely any excuse to show this thing off, and I'm all in. And so that's why I entered that contest. And I'll be taking this to Kansas with me and letting Kansas Hillbilly Prepper try a few rounds out of that. That should be fun. Who else? OF Eagle just had his contest done and over with. Of course, I didn't win. What the heck? Out of 3 chances, didn't win crap. I kind of wanted that. I needed a bug-out bag. But what can you do? And by the way, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see if the comment is if your comment goes into spam. I might be able to. I have no idea. Ooh, Jason Brumfield. What's up, Jason? You know what? If I get to the point where, you know, I'll send out other invites to the other people that, you know, are regulars, and then if they still don't want to come, then I'll just throw a link out in the chat room, and we'll burn this puppy down. I've been telling Mule for months now that I'm going to burn the Green Dragon down to the ground, and I almost did it there. The first politically incorrect chat that we had.
That was great.
It was fun chat. He also says, I would reduce the president's office to nothing. Hey, there you go. That's what I was saying. And sign one executive order abolishing all previous. Ooh, that would be a good one. And, you know, that's the great thing about the executive order. Anybody can executive order it out. Gator157. I have a camper fixed $450 for dual axle, all bearings, and the wiring was another $100, and the lights cost $65 more. I picked them up. Paid for them. My boat trailer had 3 lights messed and 6 in the oblong thing, and 2 small ones were Tractor Supply. 30 did all even 7-way plug thing. I screwed up. I backed into boat trailer. That sounds like it sucks. That's a hell of a story. I don't really know where you're going with it, but hey, what's up? Riddle Girl, what's up? Tell us my thoughts on how you would change things if you were... Oh, man. There was a time, and you remember this, Real Girl, there was a time that I was thinking about doing a video series, 1 video a week or whatever. You know, really short videos, like 10, 15 seconds. Every video is basically what I just did for J.R. Dougal is, if I were president, I would blank. And I could have gone on and on and on. Joel Sweatman, sending prayers to Mule. Thank you very much, brother. Let's see who else. That's it for right now. So I was talking about contests. I need to have a contest. I just hit 5,000 subs on my own channel. Probably you guys are like, what? Stinger's popular? What? There's a long story behind how I got 5,000 subs. You guys are gonna love that one. Hold on, I gotta wait because there's a delay, so I'm gonna wait to see myself do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. But I've been on YouTube for a while, and I've done quite a few different things, and some things do better than others. You know, I have a $10 toy. Well, there's 2 video series that I've done on YouTube that has done the most for me because I monetize and I make money, and I'm not afraid to admit it or ashamed of it either because it's not a lot of money, but hey, it's a little extra, and that's nice. Now, since 2007, when I first started YouTube, I did a Rubik's Cube video and how to solve it, and I did a very good job, I believe. And that, you know, this is like a $10 toy. Well, the original Rubik's Cube. This one's custom, but original Rubik's Cube is like a $10 toy. I've made quite a bit of money on that. And another toy that was about $10, maybe a little bit more. I can't remember, but it wasn't much more than $10. Are these little ball magnets, neodymium ball magnets, and you can do funny little shapes and all that. And I think it was called a Neo Cube or whatever. I've made, since 2007, 2008, I've made about $8 grand off of that one video. And it's like a 1.6 million views. So, I mean, if you really want to make money on YouTube, do stuff that's going to last forever. And one major thing with that is tutorials. Do a tutorial. Don't, you know, the politics and stuff, that's great. We're getting the word out. The Dragon's all about it. I do it on my channel too, where it's political. But that stuff dies down after a while, and it's, you know, once it's not relevant in the news anymore, nobody really pays attention. Stuff like how-tos and things like that are going to really last a lot longer, and especially if you put a lot of work into it, and you know, try to make it enjoyable. If it's enjoyable for you to watch, then hopefully it'll be enjoyable for others to watch. Ooh, we could do a whole chat on how to make good videos and editing stuff. Editing software, good one that I always use, and I don't know if you guys see my videos. Once again, that's a debatable, you know, subject if you've actually watched my videos. If you have, you know, I take pride in my editing skill, and I use Vegas 12, I believe it is, right? Vegas 12? Yep. Vegas 12, and it's like a $800, $600 something. It's expensive as all shit, but there are ways to get that program for free. And I'm not going to say them here, but there are ways out there to do that. And you should check it out if you're interested in editing software. Windows Movie Maker is all fine and dandy for a while, but that gets old quick. All right, what's up? American died 1913. Is that the truth or what? I remember hearing that name in a previous chat, and I thought the same thing. WM Warrior 713. Hey, brother, I have my daughter right now. Damn, you have a kid? And he will be on as soon as she is asleep. And I did send him a link, because I want to talk to that mofo. After Gator 157, after all that work, I messed up the camper plug-in on truck. The only time the boat did not it broke. Man, I want a boat. How cool would having a boat be? All you guys out there that have all those fun toys. I got a $4,500 rifle that took me about 2 years to put together. I still got some more stuff to put on it. And I was talking with Mule the other night about, you know, I could have bought how many AKs for that? And I was thinking, you know, 1, 2. It was like 6 or 8. I forget. Ridiculous. Oh, man. But I did buy the parts over time. I think the most I've ever paid for any one part at any one time was $500. And I just took 2 years. I think you should consider sharing some of your older stuff so they can see you used to do reality shows. Yeah, that was before I took the blue pill. Right? The blue pill? Or is it the red pill? I don't know. The pill that wakes you up. Excuse me. I think you should... Oh, that's the same damn comment. What's up, Mr. X-Man Rules? Thanks for joining. If you have any questions for Stinger, now's the time. Because I will be opening this up sooner than later, probably. I don't know. This is kind of nice. I put another comment. Already, huh? Yeah, I should read it right now? Holy crap. When the wife's commenting, you have to read her comments right away. Looks like you got some haters. 3 thumbs down. Really? It only shows me 2 thumbs up, no thumbs down. You know what? I don't care. Haters gonna hate. Whatever. Masturbator's gonna masturbate. Masturbator's gonna masturbate. That's right. If you're not getting haters on YouTube, you're doing something wrong. And I welcome all my haters. Every time you come over to one of my videos and thumbs it down, that's not only a view, which I get paid for, by the way, because I'm that fucking cool, but also, since you gave it a thumbs down, whether you give it a thumbs down or a thumbs up, it still counts as activity on that video and moves it higher on that list. So, oh, sweet. So please, come and thumbs down the Dragon and thumbs down the Stinger. I'm all for it. Well, I'm going to refresh because I want to see all these thumbs down. Oh, yep. We are tied 9-9. I really don't care, though. Although, it would be kind of nice to get so many thumbs down to beat Mule Team's record, because I had the record for thumbs down on the Green Dragon before, and it'd be nice to have that again. Maybe we should get into some politically incorrect chatting, huh?
Yeah. Who can we bash on? Which group? Seeing as how everyone wants to split us into groups and make us all hate each other, let's see if we can facilitate that a little bit.
That's funny. Okay. So, AR-15 or AK-47. Now, all the Mule people out there that love the Mule Team 66, you're all going to say AK. But, you know, there's a very... That's going to be a debate forever. But I like them both. I did get the AK first because I understood the reliabilityness of it. And I appreciated that. But I also like the precision of an AR, I guess. But that's why I made my AR piston. So it's kind of like an AK. It's supposed to be more reliable. However, I've had my issues. That's been a learning experience. And a lot of money. The AK I bought for $600. And I bought a original style Polish, well, I guess it's not necessarily Polish, but an original style pistol grip. And I put that on. That is the only thing that I have done to that AK, is put that pistol grip on. The bayonet came from my friend OIF Eagle, and of course I bought the magazines, but I don't really count that. The AR I've dumped way too much money into, but there's nothing I can do about it now. And by the way, I can see spam, so that's good. I can unspam it if necessary. Mr. X-Man Rules, I'll give you one up. Like I always say, no one will ever tell me who or where I join or talk to people. You know, that's a good thing. I just had something to talk about with chats. If you guys have noticed, you don't see me in any live chats other than the Dragon, and I really try to stay away from private chats unless I really know the. There's so much drama, and the last few chats, even here on the Dragon. Well, no, I guess not on the Dragon. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot. Mainly, it's been private chats that I've been in, and I'm not going to name any names because I have no skin in the game either way, right? I don't care why you're pissed at one guy and what he did to you. I don't care. You know, and like with the CWW, I was never invited into the CWW, which is Chat Window Warriors, and I never would have joined anyway because it became, you know, stuff like that is, you know, we're all this group, you know, ride or die kind of thing. It's the same thing as a motorcycle club, right? Ride or die. Because you're in the same club as this asshole, you have to have his back. Well, you know what? If I don't agree with that asshole, and I think he is an asshole, I don't want to have his back. I don't want him representing me in any way. So I joined the Dragon because of how it started and the people that were in here. But I really try not to go over to other places because there's so much of it on YouTube and Google Plus of people, you know, pissing off other people. You know, if all we could get is a little mutual respect, you know, you have respect for people. I don't know about a lot of people, but I was brought up to have respect. I got respect beaten into my ass. And as long as you're showing me respect, I'll show you respect back. And that's how me and Mule and a lot of people here on the Dragon are able to coexist, because there's a lot of things me and Mule disagree with, and we've gone toe-to-toe on these chats many times where, you know, names were called, but at the end of the day, you know, we apologized like men, said it didn't mean to get it personal, had that mutual respect, and that was all there was to it. However, some people weren't brought up with respect or didn't get beaten into their ass enough, and they think it's their way or the highway. They know everything, even though they haven't done anything. And if you don't think the way they do, then you're a moron. Well, I'm sorry. I don't have time for assholes and idiots. moronic idiots like that. So I do try to stay out of other chats. I don't really care for the back and forth. I don't care who pissed you off or why they pissed you off. You know, I'm on Google Plus. I'm on the Dragon for one thing, and that is just to have a good debate respectfully. And if you can keep a respectful debate, I'm all in. Because no matter if, you know, if you're an atheist and I'm a Christian and we have that back and forth and I don't change your mind and you don't change my mind, well, you know what? We might have changed somebody else's mind in the chat one way or another. And as long as we both go away from it, not calling the other one an idiot for whatever they believe in or don't believe in, then we're all good. I think that's that whole don't talk about politics and don't talk about religion stuff, you know, with your relatives, yada, yada. Okay, since I've had my little time now, I will now again read the chat room. All right. Mr. Tommy Boy 9. Hey, y'all. The streaming live keeps cutting out on me. What happened to Mule? Mule is with his grandson right now as he undergoes a surgery. Well, he's getting a stent put into his heart. He's got a heart condition.
He posted on Facebook that he came through good.
Oh, thank you. If you didn't hear that, Riddle Girl just said that Mule posted on Facebook that his grandson has come through the surgery or the ordeal really well. So, seems like everything is going to be good. So that's good. Okay, now the chat's going down. Boats and hoes, get me some boats and hoes. Yeah, that'd be cool. Party boat. American Dye 1913. I thought a blue pill was for wood. I'm sorry, I got the joke. I just don't know what it was in reference to.
You were talking about was it the red pill?
Oh yeah, the Matrix thing. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Riddle Girl. Mr. X-Man Rules. I'll give you one. Oh, I already read that one. Mr. Tommy Boy, what's up with all the negatives? Hey, it's Stinger, and I'm burning this mother down. And people do not like me. Even the trolls who don't give the thumbs down usually, since you know a lot of them have gone away. They just gave up on the Dragon. You know, they gave the thumbs down for a couple months. You know, and after a while, because for me, if you're gonna troll, right, and you're gonna give a thumbs down to every single video, eventually you're gonna get tired of that, especially if you're blocked or banned or whatever. And all you can do is give the thumbs down. Eventually, you're gonna move on if you have a brain or anything in your head, right? Well, that's what's probably happened, and that's why we don't get too many thumbs downs usually. However, when you see in your feed, because they're still subscribed to the Dragon, right? They see in the feed Stinger and Friends. Oh, that just gets them all riled up again. They got to give us a thumbs down because it was because of me, supposedly, that all these other people just couldn't handle it, and Mule needs to take care of Stinger because his mouth, we don't want to be associated with him, and so they bailed, right? Which is fine by me. I didn't care one way or the other. And but yeah, they like to come back and throw thumbs downs. So please welcome them. They're awesome. Jason Brumsfeld. Oh, actually, let me get to Mike Niswinder. Saying hello to everybody. What's up? Sorry about butchering your name. Jason Brumfeld. You want both rifles or tools? Different tools for different jobs. If you're infantry in the field, AK all the way. If you're home defense, shotgun. Oh, I do agree, shotgun. I don't know about AR, especially where I live, because I live in an apartment complex, and I do have to worry about over-penetration because I have neighbors above and at all sides. My son, it is better at age 15 going on 16. He, us, the AR, same with Glenda. She's a tough woman, but 5'2". My son, it is better at age 15 going on 16. Sorry, Brumfeld. Gator'd 157, like bolt action and stainless steel barrel for long range. He has a CZ USA 550, them target gun boys. Did not like my rifle, cut all 5 and put away the 7mm mag for 600 yards. I thought 22 250 was too small. What's up, E. Kenny and Linda? I might throw them a link too. To Gator, yeah, you know, there's so much with bolt action. I'm just now trying to get into bolt. Well, yeah, I don't know. Well, the bartenders can join whenever they want if I didn't send them a link if they know how. They might not know I'll get to that. When it comes to bolt action, I don't know enough. I've heard of 7mm. I've seen the round, but I haven't really done any research on it. I am wanting to do that eventually, if finances ever get to the point where I can do that. But right now, as I said, I'm going to Kansas next month, and I've been putting a lot of money into the zombie rifle because of things that have gone wrong with it and lessons learned that are expensive. So eventually, maybe. What's up, E. Kenny and Linda? How you doing? Jason Brumfeld, FYI, I used the AR-10. I've been thinking about AR-10s. Of course, I think about a lot of things. That was stupid. API and armor-piercing rounds on a 24-inch stainless steel floating barrel with a Troy flip-up, iron sights, red dot, primarily Mondo detachable night vision secondary. Ooh, night vision. Now we're talking pricey. What's up, Joel's Quantum Heart Logic? Mr. Tommy Boy. Great news it is. Referring to Mule Team, I'm sure. American died 1913. Respect hard to find in most chats. You know, that is true. Respect is hard to find. And those are the only people I want to be friends with. If you can't respect somebody else's opinion without calling them a name, I have no time for you. Comment section is even worse. Too many trolls. Yeah, I know. I've been around YouTube a long time. I've got a lot of subs. I've had a ton of trolls and some really nasty ones. So, you know, the best thing I've ever come up with is block and roll. You know, if they want to have a respectful debate, I'll have that with them, you know, any day, any time. But as soon as it gets to, you know, degrading to non-respect, I just block them. I don't have time for that shit, and there you go. 13 up, 9 down, maybe round 14 up, lucky 13. Joel's Quantum Heart Logic. Do you have any idea what that meant?
No.
Oh, there you go. Dooley Mudbuster. What's up, Mudbuster? How's it going, everybody? It's pretty good. I can't complain. Ooh, Mr. X-Man rules. I'll shout out CWWs. They have been good with me, with respect. But how you feel is all good. Stinger. You know what? I use them as an example. Okay? I've heard the stories from other people. I have no personal knowledge of anything that happened other than what people have said, and I could give a shit. Really, I could. But I use that as an example because of shit that happens like that. You know, I'm not gonna have somebody's back who I don't even know. I'll have Mule's back because I know he's respectful, and I know his heart is always in the right place, even if his words are not, or if I don't agree with him. I know that what he believes in, what he believes in for the right reasons to him. And I respect that. He respects my beliefs, and I will have his back because of that mutual respect between us. But I'm not going to be having his best friend, you know, where he lives. Okay, he has a good friend where he lives. I'm not going to have his friends back. Now, because it's Mule Team, I will give his friend a better chance than I would give most people. You know, but that person still has to earn it. I'm not just going to be friends with somebody because somebody tells me to be. No way. Absolutely not. All right. Let's see what we got. I'm going to send E. Kenny and Linda a link because she is an awesome chick, and I haven't been able to talk to her one-on-one yet, really. It's always been as a group. And I'm sure she's got some conspiracy stuff that she could say. You know who else would be good to get in here someday is Ray Edwards, St. Louis Ray. He's been in, I think, a couple times, Mule said. But he's always got great information and viewpoints on the whole government out to get us stuff. Okay. We got a few others. Brumfeld, sorry, sir, I worded that poorly. The AR-15 is lighter recoil rifle overall, that is for sure. For smaller structures, like smaller women or teenagers. Yeah, my AK, it's funny, at the age she shot it, she was 11, and she shot the AK really well, but, you know, after a full magazine, she was kind of done with it. And the AR-15, she's much happier with. She even shot it full auto, which... I'm not talking bump fire. I'm talking full auto. We had went to the desert to the full auto shoot here in Arizona, where they had 50 BMGs with suppressors on them, and they had suppressors on everything really. I got to shoot a fully automatic Crink. It was an underfolder Crink, PAP, whatever you want to call it, full auto. That was cool. And of course, the guy had his full auto lower, AR-15 lower, that you could put your upper on, and so that's what I did. So it was a full auto piston rifle at that point, and my daughter rocked it. It was awesome. How many likes you have when I turned thumbed up was 13, and yeah, I had 9 down. I hear you. Sounded odd, hard to abstract reason things. I tend to piss people off because I forget 98% of the population don't come close. This crowd tends to put some effort into it, and I would say you guys are above average. Just my brainiac, odd-ass compliment. Well, thank you, Joe's Quantum Heart Logic. I can't speak for everybody, but I speak for myself. And that's all you got to do. And he's going to leave for a little bit and come back later, which is fine. Yeah, we got 14 thumbs downs now, but we got a few more thumbs ups. As I said, don't really care. But just for anybody who does. Come on, E. Kitty and Linda, now you're just making me look bad. I sent you an invite and everything. Oh, I know what it is. Let me guess. You're on your medication, and you don't want to, come in here when you're under the influence. That's 99% of the, well, actually, I think that's 100% of the time your excuse. Oops. Hit the wrong button. So what else? What do you guys think about cell phones? Ooh. NSA tracking devices. And I didn't want one for a long time. When I finally got this, told my wife, I am now droneable. Especially when I checked out the GPS and saw that it had me down to within like 10 or 20 feet. However, there are good things about it. One, that whole Bundy Ranch. If it wasn't for cell phones, I don't think nearly, if any, of those people that went to the Bundy Ranch would win. They wouldn't have known. It would have taken too long to get the news, or they would have just believed whatever the local news was telling them, or the national news, whatever. Right? I mean, look at the other ones. Look at Waco and Ruby Ridge. They didn't have cell phones like that back then, or internet. And look what happened there. So I do credit a lot of what happened at the Bundy Ranch to social media and cell phones and all that. So for me, it is something that can hurt you in your privacy and definitely your privacy. However, it has its uses too, and if we can use that against them, hey, I'm all for it. So that's my little rant on cell phones. O2 Power Stroker, what's up? Hey, I know you. You're actually subscribed. She's cooking. Linda's cooking. She's not high. She's cooking. Truth Seeker, why so much hate? Who knows? But Linda says she's going to join after she's done cooking. Oh yeah, here's the bayonet for my AK. Apparently it has a strap that's supposed to go here. Mine did not come with that. And that's one of the best things on YouTube. There's a lot of haters. We're talking about haters. There's a lot of them. But I think the real friends that you meet here and you spend time with and you have that mutual respect back and forth, that makes it worth it. I mean, look at the Stinger and Friends rifle project. A lot of you guys don't even know, and you won't know for a little while what this is exactly. But for the most part, what you do know is this rifle has basically been put together with help from some of the friends here on YouTube, coming up with ideas. Some of them have actually given me some parts. I've given parts to other people. I've given AR parts to Yankee 4. I've given that magazine to Mule. I've given shirts to people. I've had contests. I've done all sorts of things, and things have been done in return. I have the grip pod that's on the zombie rifle. The grip pod on that was given to me by OIF Eagle. You know, and it's one of those things you give and you receive, but you don't really keep track of how many gifts and receiving, you know, all the stuff you've done. And for some reason I missed a video call with Mule. Oh no, one that Mule was invited to. Cool. I am going to invite another person who is also very good at inviting lots of people. So, let's go ahead and do that. Read the comments. By the way, thank you all for hanging out with me, man. 30 people, really? I should just do this all the time.
Right.
Ain't gonna happen. Oh, what's up, G?
What's up, bro?
Welcome to the Dragon.
Welcome to the Dragon.
Yeah, you're on the Dragon.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
First time. Never heard of
Is
the
it?
Dragon. Yeah, never heard of the Dragon. What's the Dragon?
I don't know. I'm gonna do a quick another chat room update. Mr. Tommy Boy, he's agreeing with me that that's why we won, because of the phones. And I don't know if I'm right, but that's my thought, and I appreciate your agreement. Make a Faraday cage type of box for it. Keep your phone in that when not in use. I don't know if I want to carry around a Faraday cage all the time. Lead-based paint, #1 reason for its ban for signal blocking properties. Evidence by U.S. military, paint being primary lead-based. Hey, I've never heard that. Paint your phone with lead paint. Do they even make lead paint anymore?
I don't think so.
Fisherman Fred Stinger, if people had worn face cover over at the ranch, would the BLM have known who they were anyway? Yes, because how did they get there? In cars. Those cars had license plate numbers. Even if they rented a car to go there, that can be tracked back to them, because usually you have to have a credit card to do it. There ain't no way, unless you walked with a face mask on the entire time, that you were not going to be found out. Okay, sorry about that, G.
No, brother. What I miss?
Just me yapping on and on about shit that I think about.
Where's everyone at tonight?
Yep. It's been one of those days.
Where's everyone at tonight, Stinger?
I've just been inviting people slowly here and there. And I know you can send out massive invites, so by all means, be free. WM Warrior says he's getting his kid to sleep, being later. E. Kinney and Linda's cooking dinner. And Mule's at the hospital, as you should know.
No, I didn't hear no, dude. I just...
well, he's there with his grandkid.
Oh, okay.
So it's not him. Not yet. See? Ronnie Brown. What's up, Ronnie Brown?
We'll send one out to DJ. Dolly, what's up, brother? I know you're up there.
Yeah, did you say Tony? Because I don't have him in my circles.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't like me.
I don't know what happened last night.
What up, peeps?
What's up, brother? I don't know what happened last night.
What up,
Sorry,
Stinger?
sorry, Ronnie, and sorry, Mario. I didn't mean to leave you
It's
guys
all
hanging.
good. It's all
I
good in
didn't
the
mean to leave
hood.
you guys hanging. That's why I threw you guys a link to get in here, because we were talking, Stinger, when you sent me that link. It was me, Ronnie, and Mario. We had a good chat, Stinger. You missed it, bro. Fucking Kansas was in there, man, and we had a good, deep chat, man.
Oh, my bad. That's my bad.
No, Mario. We sent a link out to you. Mario caught the end of it. Mario was there for half of it at least. Mario was in there. Kansas, me, Galen, Joe Cole. It was a good
Rocky
chat,
Mountain
man.
High, Joe, Colorado.
Dystopian was in there. It was a good chat, man. Kansas was in there dropping the knowledge. He's a good man, and everybody was listening.
Dude, he was always you know, he like I used to listen. Well, I try to listen to his shit as long as I can, but I know like in like December, January, he was on the regular. Now it's just like you see him sporadically now.
He's a good man. Reb, Dystopian, you guys got links. You guys are going to get links. Excuse me, Tony, you're going to get a link. HTP, I'm going to send you a link right now.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess my audio is working.
And the JWatt, I was joking around, hopefully. I mean, sometimes it doesn't come across in text very well. And JWatt, when you get a microphone, you're more than welcome.
Good evening, Stinger.
How's it going, Ronnie?
Very well. I'm glad to be alive.
Ain't that the truth?
Ronnie's always glad to be alive.
That's because he parties so hard.
He does. Ronnie Brown's a good man.
Good evening, Mario. Hey, G.
What's up, my brother?
What's up, stranger?
Hey, buddy.
The link is in the chat, guys. Just letting you guys know. The link is in the chat. Like I said, I got to get some more people in here. But let's see.
And I can go ahead and
I don't know what happened last night, Stinger. But like I said, I don't know what all that drama was about, but it's just getting crazy, man. And we were talking earlier about all this, how everyone just needs to unite and stick together, and with all the race.
You should go back and watch the first part of this hangout or this.
I know. I need to. How long have you been on live for?
For about an hour.
Damn. What did I miss?
Yeah.
Why don't you give us a recap so we could
it's going in. Well, the what I'm referencing right here is the whole lack of respect between people a lot of the times now, and how I don't like that. And I can have a debate with somebody, no matter what our belief systems are, as long as it's kept mutually respectful.
Absolutely.
And once it crosses that line where respect is no longer there, now it's resorted to name calling or whatever, then I have absolutely no time for that person. That's on my own channel with trolls. I'll have a healthy debate, no problem, any day of the week on any subject and all that. But as soon as it gets out of the respectful range, I'm done with it. And yeah, so that was.
That's a good point, Stinger. And a lot of people don't have respect, and there's nothing wrong with good debate. For an example, Stinger and myself were bartenders on the Green Dragon. Now, just because we're bartenders doesn't mean we're going to agree with every fucking thing. We're going to have a disagreement. But it doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect him or call him names or call him names after the fact just because he still sticks with his opinion. I'm not going to look down on him because he has his own opinion. Everyone has their right to their own opinion.
Exactly.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Just like everyone has a right to their religion beliefs.
Me and Mule have gone back and forth. Me and fucking Eagle. Oh,
right.
Man, I hate that guy sometimes. But, he's one of my best friends on YouTube because of the fact that at the end of the day, it's all good.
That's right.
Apparently, Riddle Girl was giving Jay Watterson a little bit of crap in the chat room earlier.
Oh, yeah?
She didn't understand I was joking around, and hopefully he was joking around too, but she didn't know that. So.
Oh, shit. Don't get Little Girl going.
Mm-hmm. Something about going, this not Obama chat room or some shit like that.
In case
Oh, Lord.
you're an Obama supporter, so thinking you're entitled to anything isn't going to get you anywhere in the dragon.
J Watt, don't let us cut the leash, my brother. J
No,
Watt's good. J Watt's good.
that's right there.
J
Yeah, he
Watt.
is. And that's just little girl not
What
understanding.
up, Joe, man? What's happening, man?
There you go. JoJo got my link.
Yeah, I did. Oh, there, my camera's working now.
What's up, brother Joe?
Yeah, thank you there, George.
You got it, my brother. How you
Howdy,
feeling?
everybody. I'm okay. I was checking. You know, I tried to get on whoever was on here, and I couldn't think about Russell and Friends. I just put in Russell Singer. He wasn't having it either. I'm like, what the hell? Where is everybody?
Well, that's what Ronnie was asking me earlier. And I didn't know what Stinger said about Mule being in the hospital.
Mules in the hospital?
He was in the hospital.
No.
Okay.
No. Let me explain it.
There you
Okay. He had mentioned it last time we had a dragon with him on it, and
His
it was
grandson.
late. All right, but it's his grandson who had a heart surgery a while back, and now is going back into the hospital to get a stent put in just to
Yeah.
make sure everything's kosher. Now it's not horribly unsafe, but there's still risk anytime you do shit like that. So that was the whole good vibes, prayers, thoughts.
Yeah.
Right.
But
You got a thing up on G Plus that he's okay now.
Yep.
I mean, everything went okay.
Good.
You know.
So Mule will probably be back on Thursday night unless something unforeseen happens.
Okay, cool.
Brother Joe, how you doing, man? How you feeling? Good day
Okay,
today?
man. Haven't eaten any, scorpions or anything over the weekend.
And JoJo, I gotta apologize to you, brother. I thought that I subbed you a long time ago,
Oh,
and
that's
I don't
okay.
know what. I looked at my feed and it said subscribe, and I'm like, subscribe. I was like, I thought I've been subscribed, and
Yep.
my bad, brother. My bad.
Hey, you know what? You probably did subscribe a long time ago, and you got unsubscribed. That's happened to me to a lot of people. I know
Really?
damn well I've been leaving comments, and we've been talking back and forth and emailing each other and all that. And then one day I look at one of their videos and it says not subscribed, and I'm like, what in the hell are you talking about?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I
So-
can't hear. We were talking about that too with all this Google Plus and
You ever had one
everything
where
else.
you know damn well you left a message last night and then you look at that video again for some reason or other,
Right.
and then your fucking message is missing?
All the time. It does, all the time.
Yeah.
When I send a message on my Droid phone, it never
Yeah.
picks up like the thumbs up or the comments. It doesn't leave it. But
No,
when I
see,
do it on my iPhone and my iPad, it goes through.
I don't use
Okay.
the phone. I use the same computer all the time. Sorry, Russell, go ahead.
No, thanks, I appreciate it. I gotta shout with the chat room for a moment, and I'm gonna actually give more shout outs to the chat room. But one to J Watt, dude, the whole thing with the drinking Watt's a dick or whatever, that was in jest. You can have a link. I'm sure that somebody can send you one, and I would appreciate it if you'd go to Walmart and buy a $5 microphone. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Mario
I know.
Martins wants a link.
Who?
Mario Martins?
Mario's already.
I'm right here, brother.
Mario's in, brother.
Sorry, I'm not looking at the page. I'm looking at the other page.
It's all good, brother. Just tell me what you need.
Dooley, thanks for the invite, but I don't have my makeup on.
Brother Dooley, you don't need no makeup, babe.
Was he a clown or something?
No, he's just busting balls.
Yeah, and to Jay Watt, I was just busting your balls too. And Riddle Girl didn't realize that, and I hope you did, because I do that with certain people. And I figured since you were going on drinking word is Red Wings, I could give you a little crap back.
Ooh, what, like the hockey team?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know who knocked out the Red Wings, right, baby?
The Bruins.
Tampa.
Yeah, baby. Dude, tomorrow, Game 7. That's a huge game. the beard might come down tomorrow. Because
But what a lot of people,
if the Bruins lose, I'm shaving.
a lot
It's
of people are talking about Michael Sam, the situation. A lot of people are pissed off at the NFL
Oh,
about the situation. I'm sure you guys have heard about it, but basically, the guy is freaking, the guy had 50 tackles, 12 sacks. The guy was co-defensive player of the year in one of the hardest divisions of college. He was an
drafted him in the 7th round.
He was an SEC. Hold on, he was an SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and his conference is one of the hardest conferences in college. So basically, the bottom line is, he's a defensive end / linebacker, defensive player. My Redskins picked up a kicker before they picked up Michael Sam. A kicker.
They didn't want to deal with this bullshit. They didn't want to deal with the bullshit.
Right. There was players on college teams that we've never heard of. And they got drafted before this kid. And I think personally, of course, it's because the guy's gay, even though that should have nothing to do with any of the, of the matter. The kid's a good ball player, and that's what counts. And,
I just have this weird problem, and maybe it's just me.
Yeah.
But I used to play football back in the day, and
don't forget we're live now.
Well, I don't care. But I used to play football back in the day, and we used to take we go in the showers, we take the showers, this and that, and it would be kind of weird. Like, all right, it would be like me going into like a woman's locker room and taking a shower with a bunch of women because I'm a hornball, so how weird would it be if a man went into a woman's shower room and took a shower with a bunch of women?
just because you're gay.
It kind of a weird way. If a gay guy goes and takes a shower with a bunch of naked guys in the shower, wouldn't that kind of be like I don't know? I'm just throwing it up there.
Well, I personally don't care if this guy is gay or not. If he is a good player, then that should speak for itself. However, I'm kind of not on the same boat as you, G. He had one good season. If it wasn't because he was gay, I don't think he would have been drafted at all. I think it was only because he was a homosexual that they felt like they had to draft his ass or they would be considered bigoted.
Well, Jeff Fisher is the coach of the Rams, and obviously he lives in Missouri. That's who picked him up. Obviously, he's got a good name in that state. So why wouldn't St. Louis Rams draft him? He's a hometown kid. It makes perfect sense. Now,
Tony did a video. Sorry.
I saw it, and everyone's talking about it, and it's all fucked up, bro. That the whole situation. Yes, it's because he's gay. Of course, I agree. But what I'm saying to you is that the kid is not a 7th round player. He's not. The kid's a 3rd or 4th round player. Easy.
Depending on what season you're talking about that he had, though. I mean,
overall, I'm just saying overall, Stinger. I'm not talking about a particular season. I'm talking about overall college career. The kid should not be drafted past the 4th round. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying I'm calling spades a spades, man. But
I'm just saying that we disagree. You think he was a great player and should have gotten drafted earlier?
No. Okay. I never said great. Said great.
Okay, I'm sorry. You think he's a better player than I think he is, and you think he should have got picked up higher, whereas I think he only got picked because he was homosexual in the first place.
But you could be right, though. I don't disagree.
I don't follow college ball probably as much as you do, because I really just don't.
No, I think you bring a valid point.
I would just feel very weird if there was a homosexual in the same shower as me, and that's just just me personally. I would just think it would be kind of weird to have a homosexual.
I would be too. I
in the
would too.
showers.
That'd be
So
like
would
if you gotta look at a woman's body in the shower and she would feel violated because you shouldn't be seeing her. Same thing with a homosexual seeing you. He shouldn't be seeing you because, he's enjoying that and you don't want him looking at you.
And I agree with Stinger.
All I know is if he walked into a shower with a stiffy, there's something wrong.
That team could
There's something wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
that team could pick him up and say, hey, look at us. We're the fucking, we're the team that picked up a gay kid. Look at us. Absolutely. Stinger could be right. I'm not counting that out. But yes, I still stick to my word in saying, was the kid a great college football player? Hell no. But he was decent. That's all I'm saying. The kid was decent enough to be a SEC Defensive Player of the Year. He had a good last year.
Like I know in my high school we had a female goalie. And the guys would shower first, and then the guys would all leave the showers, and then the female would go and shower after the guys were done showering. She would go and do her shower thing. Like, I don't know, it's just maybe I'm just grasping at straws here, but
And I'm sure there's a lot of fucking football teams that are saying, man, I'm happy we didn't get Michael Sam. We don't got to deal with all that fucking reporters, the media,
the distraction,
the distraction. We just want to play football. We don't want to fucking talk about the gay community. And, absolutely, that's nothing but distraction. And if I was on a football team, personally, I would not want to have him as a teammate because of those reasons.
AG.
Yes.
Oh, sorry to interrupt.
I'm talking too much.
No. I just got to get in here real quick. Do you have QC Hemp 420 in your
Absolutely.
circle?
Absolutely.
You would like a chat.
All right, brother Jim. Let me get you in, brother.
While you're doing that, I'm going to shout out the room. Jason Brumsfeld, I agree, because speaking from experience, it is uncomfortable as fuck to be in the shower and having a guy eye me, wanting to put his dick in human shit. Be real, man. Mental hospital for those people. And no woman should stand for that shit. I do not have to stand for it. There you go. And, I kind of see where you're coming there. I mean, all guys are hornballs, whether you're gay or straight. You're a hornball. I'm sorry. Right. That's just how guys are. And, yeah, I could see where they might get turned on with some people in the shower room. I don't pretend that anybody get turned on with me in the shower room, but it could happen to others. And I don't know. That's a great topic for a great debate. Third Op. What's up, Third Op? Bill Poen disagrees with you, G. And he is one of the most respected evaluators of talent in the NFL. Mr. X-Man Rule.
Whoa. What did he say? What did he disagree with?
Bill Poen disagrees with you, G, and he is one of the most respected evaluators of talent in the NFL.
Bill Polen?
I have no idea.
What, from the Indianapolis Colts?
Yeah, he's a sleazebuck. Yeah, okay.
Mr. X-Man Rule says, people don't care it. He's guy on the news. He was kissing a guy. It went on from there. So, yeah, Mr. X-Man Rules is basically saying the whole controversy is when he's making out with his boyfriend on TV.
Yeah, dude, I didn't want to see that shit either, dude. He was.
Well, here's my question, and I didn't see the draft, all right? So take that for what you will.
I'll show it to you.
Well, how many players who got drafted throughout the entire draft were kissing on their girlfriends versus thanking their mom, kissing their mom, hugging their mom? I know a lot all the time, and I've seen a few in the past where a lot of the times it's their family, it's their mother and their father, and they're all happy and hugging. But I don't remember any of them where they were making out with their female girlfriends. Whether that would be right or not, I'm just saying I think that was more of a political thing than anything.
Well, there is a lot of college players that kiss their moms and kiss their girlfriends and kiss their wives at the draft. Obviously, that's what they do.
But do you think him kissing his boyfriend was just because
he's happy?
Or
political, I should say no, but, personally, yeah. Do I want to see a guy rubbing and massaging his muscle while he's on the phone conducting his business? And no, I don't. Kissing and making out with him? No, I don't. I don't want to see
They're
my
try-
6-year-old
they're try-
see that shit.
They're trying to make it the norm.
Exactly,
They're
Mario.
trying to
What
make
these
it the norm.
exactly? They want to make it the norm, and I'm not ready to tell my 6-year-old why a dude is kissing another dude on TV right now.
Oh, great topic, and I almost wish I had done this when I was chatting by myself.
I mean,
Let's
that's
talk
just me.
about indoctrination.
I got a 6-year-old and I got a 2-year-old. In my opinion, I do not feel comfortable, and I don't think he's ready at 6 years old for me to tell him. But that's just me.
Yeah.
You know what?
Let's talk about indoctrination for a moment, though. I was
making a very uncomfortable
6 years old. He's already in school, right?
Yeah.
He's already in it.
Yeah.
I mean, whether
Are you
it's
asking me he's
in
in
TV
school?
or whether it's in school, you're going to have to explain one day.
Oh, you're right.
And it's
You're
not
absolutely right.
It's not that you don't feel comfortable. It's that you know it ain't fucking right.
Exactly.
There you go.
And I agree with what's your name? Whoever's Randy Palmer.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Randy. You're right. They see it on TV. You know, they go to school. They hear a lot of crazy shit. And like what Mario said, Mario fucking said it the best. They're trying to make it the norm, and
Yep.
they're right. I mean, you know.
Well, it's not just in TV. It's in movies.
It's everywhere.
It's in all the Disney movies. Okay, I took the first time I really noticed it was when I took my daughter to see the Muppet movie, not the newest one, but the one before. Total indoctrination about anti-big business, anti-oil guy. Okay, we can have that debate, you know, whether you believe in the oil rights of oil billionaires or not. It's not meant for 6-year-olds. Fucking Disney movie like Frozen is promoting that she is homosexual. That she doesn't have a boyfriend interest in that entire movie. There's some other things I could go into, but I'm not going to. But even those Disney movies, they're indoctrinating that big business is bad. As I said, we can have that debate, but it's not. We shouldn't be subjecting our children to it. Whatever happened to going to the movies for entertainment? No, you go to a movie to be indoctrinated for an hour and a half to 2 hours, no matter what age you are.
Well, working at that establishment, you won't hear it come from my mouth, but working at that establishment would blow any person's mind that was
Look at
not,
Ronnie. Boy, like he's fucking
Yeah,
in Rome.
the other.
What the fuck?
Dude, looks like a ghost.
I'm
If you
sorry,
had to
Ronnie. I'm
subject
sorry.
yourself to working there, you would quit the first day.
Oh, man.
Their quote, and I'm going to change one word, is diversity.
Diversity, yep.
Yep, and they're the largest employer in my state. And there's just ulterior motives. Every time I worked there, it was all eyes on you. You'd go to wardrobe and get your costume or your change, and you couldn't shower. You just couldn't because it was all eyes. You just like the locker room or the shower thing that somebody else was mentioning. So that parlays into the movies. And the reason that I don't like the sports thing is because I think, maybe even I'm from old school, I don't know. And I got pissed when people started flipping on other people for the enhancement. And it's only because I think the kids that watch sports now need to have mentors. And they don't need to hear about the crap that goes on in somebody's private life as far as enhancement goes. That other thing with the sexuality, I don't think that needs to be brought out in any kind of sport. I think a kid watching a game needs to know about a sport, not sexuality, man.
Exactly. Well said.
Right.
Good point. He's got a good point.
Well
there.
said. It's not about
It's
sexuality
fundamental.
or gay rights or gay this or gay that. It's about sports. You're
Yeah,
absolutely
but what does most Americans watch? They don't watch the news anymore. They don't watch
They watch reality
sitcoms. They
shows.
don't watch sitcoms anymore. They watch sport. Like I know me, I kick that. I watch sports. I watch football. Well, I don't watch basketball, but football, hockey, baseball. I watch sport. I use my TV to watch sports. I pay my cable bill to watch sports, and I'm pretty sure a lot of Americans are like that. And so the sitcoms, you know, Will and Grace, that shit ain't working no more. So they're like, well, where can we get them?
How
I
are
know
they
where
getting?
I know where we can get them. Let's get them in sports.
Yes, from now on, now since they started it, it's going it's primetime TV and kids can watch it. They're gonna be all kind of kids watching it, and even if the parents, censor that shit.
Where's the ratings? Where are
After-
the ratings?
How's the gay
The
community?
ratings.
How's
The ratings are in national. There's more people that watch a fucking Thursday night football game than they watch the presidential fucking
Oh, yeah.
debate. You know, so
absolutely?
let's
You know-
throw some of that shit in there.
Thing is, there's always the football game after they have the football game, right? And as if the gay side wins the fucking game, first thing they're gonna do is run to their spouse or whatever the fuck they are, and give
Joe,
them a great big wet kiss. What?
how's the gay treated in the military?
How's the what?
How do they treat
How
the
are they
gay
treated in the
how
military?
in the military? How do they treat it? Yeah.
Isn't that a brainwash thing too? That you're no longer anything. You're ours. Shut up. Do what we say.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, what I'm saying is, the news people are always going to run to get that big sloppy kiss on film, so
Right.
they can run it on the after show 20 times.
You're
Yeah,
well
but
said.
nobody watches the news. I guarantee you, there's more people that watch NFL Network than they do CNN.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
You know?
I'm talking about the show right after the game, where they have to show all the neat moves everybody made, and that big sloppy kiss is going to be on there too. You say, oh, look at this shot they made, but oh, by the way, a kiss is going on over here.
How do you feel about all this, Randy? You're quiet.
You know, people are people. I don't care if someone's gay. I got a niece that's gay. She
Yeah.
says she's gay. I don't quite believe it 100%. It's
Why?
a fad. In my area, it's a fad that kids are going through. I'd say more female than male.
But what if
I don't know.
what if your niece is gay? What if your niece was telling you the truth and she's telling you how she feels and she really is gay?
That's
What's
fine.
that word? Bi-curious?
Hold on for a
curious.
minute, Mario.
I went out on dates with her and her girlfriends, and
Right.
they're people. If
Right.
I'm all for all that stuff. I just don't want my children to be indoctrinated with it.
Exactly.
If they want to become that way later on, once they're at a proper age to know more about what sexuality is, I'm all for it. But I shouldn't be able to I shouldn't have to worry about going to a Disney movie with my 6-year-old
No.
wondering if it's going to have a gay message.
No,
No.
it's a personal decision, and when it starts bothering me, is when, let's say there's a gay parade. I don't know what to call it. I don't believe in them pushing their gayness on me because I'm not pushing my straightness on them. So.
Like gay pride, the parades at gay pride that they do in L.A. They do
Right,
that
right.
annually.
I don't care if you're gay. Why do you want a parade to say you're gay?
Right.
I mean, you're already lisping and doing everything flamboyant. We know you're gay. Why do you want to say you're gay? Why
Because
does that mean so
because
much?
Bring it to the mainstream media.
Because they want to make everyone know that being gay is okay and it's not dirty or however way the straight people look at it, and they're proud, they're happy to be gay, they think it's okay. I'm just telling you.
What's that G stand for? Oh yeah, George. Sorry, never mind. Go ahead.
It's funny. It's funny too because you can be you can have black pride, you can have brown pride, you can have gay pride, you have all these pride. You cannot have straight white pride.
Right. Well, without being racist.
Good point.
Yeah.
You can even
Because
have
then they
college.
feel like you're separating yourself. By you having that feeling stinger, you will be looked as what?
Racist and bigot, of course.
Exactly. You'll be, if the first thing they would say is you're in the KKK.
And that, you know, that's the
Yeah.
funny thing too. Let's talk a little bit about Harvard. Okay, they had that whole thing with the black mass, right? And Harvard came out saying we're in support of it because it's their freedom of speech. Okay, now what if somebody, okay, went over there and said, okay, well, we want to have a Klan meeting on Harvard College. Would they have an okayness with the freedom of speech if the Klan wanted to have a rally?
If they said they wanted a meeting, yeah.
As long as they were students, they could, but regular people just can't come. Plain old people or regular Klansmen can't just go over there and do it.
I can guarantee you almost with 100% that they would not have allowed that even if they were students.
You don't think
No.
so, huh?
No, hell no. There would be a bunch of black people being all pissed off. But that goes back to slavery, man. The slavery
Exactly.
is a very touchy issue. It's a very touchy issue with the black community.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
It's a very touchy issue.
Yes.
They don't want to be segregated, but they segregate themselves by having black networks or black groups or black pride. It's just like going back to the gay community. They segregate themselves by having those deals.
To me, the black people have a legitimate point because
No, they don't. No, they don't.
When was the last time a white person was strung up on a tree and hung
That
by
you
a
know
bunch
of.
of
That you know of.
like I guess black dudes? I don't know. You know, it's like the white people would fucking hang black people on a tree. Like to me, that's
not
like
our culture,
that's a
though.
no go. That's a no go.
That's not our
and you know
culture.
what?
I had nothing
That
to
really
do with
sucks.
that.
That really sucked, but that was a long time ago. I'm talking about freedom of speech. As long as I'm not stringing a black person up from a tree, I should have the right to say whatever I want, saying even that he should be swinging from a tree and that he should be tarred and feathered. As long as I'm not doing it, then I have the freedom of speech to say whatever I want.
Yeah, to me that's a no go. That's a no go. You can't yes, we all have freedom of speech.
You're okay with freedom of speech as long as it doesn't offend somebody, or what?
Well, dude, man, they did hang black people from fucking trees.
And that was wrong. And it would be wrong if I said it and then I did it, but it's not wrong if I say it. Sticks and stones will break your bones, but words won't hurt you. That was the whole reason of the Founding Fathers. That's why the Ku Klux Klan has been around as long as it has, even throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, because they did have that freedom of speech as long as they weren't acting violently on it.
There's always going to be some nut jobs, just like there's some nut jobs in the black community that friggin', do the knockout games. They do the knockout games where black people just walk up and just bang fucking white people in the fucking face and knock them.
And that is assault.
That's wrong too. That's wrong too.
Yeah, it's assault. Assault is against the law. You have a constitutional right to say whatever you want. You don't have a constitutional right to assault somebody. So, I mean, I can say what I want. I just can't assault a black person or a gay person or whoever. But I'm not saying I'm anti anybody. I'm just saying that
the problem with that is it incites.
I can't see it.
Because there's always going to be some whack job that's going to take it to heart. There's going to be a whack job that, just like there's white people that will take it to heart, there will be black people that will take it to heart, and they'll enact on it.
And those people,
like, all right, this is normal. Okay, let me freaking knock out a white dude. Boom! Freaking knock him out, kill him on the side of the road.
Those people that act on it are going to be charged with, assault. And that's how our system works. But the whole freedom of speech there was to protect the speech that was that would piss people off. Yeah, inflammatory. It is. That was the whole reason it was put in there in place, to have those debates. You don't have to like them, and everybody knew that you weren't supposed to assault anybody. Even back, when they were hanging black people from trees, the people, depending on the courts and the judges and all that, they were supposed to get in trouble. That was what the law said they were supposed to do, and whether they got that or not, that's a whole other debate. But even back then in the '60s and stuff, when they were doing that shit to black people all the time, that was still considered assault and a crime. Now a lot of them got away with it, but
who is the most of who is the most of the people that should have prosecuted those people and they didn't?
Right, that was bad.
They were white people. White people
bad.
wouldn't. They would just be like, that's
but that
normal.
didn't have anything to do with the speech. That had to do with corruption.
And I think that's why we cannot.
So the
unite
people in
because-
power were some hardcore racists.
Yeah, and those people that are in power are usually voted into power and were voted in by other racists.
And that's why racists will never end. The hate, the racists. That's why it's never going to end, and that's why we can't unite.
Racism
Because-
definitely isn't dead. There's still racism in America, no matter
Oh,
what.
fuck
I get
yeah.
that. Well,
I'm
Oh,
one
my-
of the biggest racist motherfuckers in the planet.
One at a time, Mario. One at a time, guys. We're getting sloppy.
racism is almost dead. It's not dead. It probably will never die, but it's as close as it has ever been to dying. However, we're hearing more about it
No.
because of people who are race baiting, the
No.
people who live on it.
Totally disagree.
Who's talking? What? Where's? Who said
Randy was
that?
disagreeing with something, so I was
What's-
letting him.
That
What'd you say,
racism- Well, Stinger says that racism is dying out. Like I say, you keep coming up with these black networks. Okay, take a Black Entertainment Network, Mexican Entertainment Network, the Black Music Awards, the Hispanic Music Awards. They're segregating themselves. They are saying to them, they're making it known that they are a different race. When you start separating yourself from other races,
They do
the
that everywhere.
acknowledgement
Randy.
of different races is racism in itself.
They do that everywhere. Look at football.
Well, and I'm in agreement
first
with that.
ball-
I believe
Black
that-
quarterback. First
I
black
believe
quarterback.
that I can never remember the name of that. Basically, where they have to hire a certain amount of black people in order to meet their quota. You know what I mean? Affirmative action. I believe affirmative action is extremely racist. I'm talking about the white man. I guess what I should have clarified. I'm talking about the white man hating the black, Negro and wanting to hang him up from a tree. That type of racism is dying out and almost dead. And I think it was doing really well until just recently, when we hear about a lot more of the separation of races. I know Obama has not helped at all, as he's trying to separate all these different classes. You're gay, you're poor, you're rich, you're black,
Right.
you're white. And we're having that separation now, and I think that is a lot by design because of the fact that racism really was kind of dying out. And there's a lot riding on us thinking racism's still alive.
Yep. It is still alive. You can't say that it's not.
Well, yeah, and as Randy said, it's in different forms. You can have a brown college, you can have a black pride, you can have gay pride, you can have all this, but you can't have, straight white pride.
No. Or Greek pride.
And affirmative action.
What about Greek pride? You can't have Greek pride.
Then we had a Stoner Pride celebration here about a week ago with a global marijuana march. We're here, we're high, get used to it.
Yep.
And this is what Kansas and I and Mario and Ronnie, this is what we were talking about, a few hours ago. Like Kansas said, the first thing we need to do is unite. But that's just so hard to do because look at, you have to overcome a lot of things, a lot of obstacles, a lot of speed bumps.
That should be the next song we start singing.
Yeah.
Hey, we got 15 thumbs down.
Well, you knew that was going to come.
Yeah, I'm going to do a quick shout out. I'm not going to read the comments this time, but starting from, let's see, top down. We got American Died 1913. Stuapalooza, what's up? Politicians love racism. I wasn't going to read it, but I read it. Tramp 701, Mr. X-Men Rules. I already said American Died. Stuapalooza, Jason Brumfeld, 69 Bones. Tramp 701, Camper Keith. What's up, Camper Keith? And I believe that's it. So go ahead.
A lot of people are going to be pissed off at this chat. I knew that.
Oh, this ain't nothing compared to politically incorrect chat number 1 that I did back in December.
I knew you were going to say that.
Chat, and in that chat, and I'll say it all the time, because in that chat, I played racist. Okay,
right.
And that is, you know.
Yeah, we talked about it.
A lot of people. Yeah.
We talked about it.
As I said, you know, I'm in disagreement with Mario over here, but, you know, I'm into the thinking that you have a right to say whatever you want. Now, if you act upon something and that is assault, then you should go to jail, and nowadays you do most of the time.
Yeah.
Riddle Girl wants to share one of her stories today that happened to her.
Absolutely.
Hey everybody, so I just want to see what you guys think about what I did today. You can see my appearance, okay? I walked in from a break and I saw a sign in the hallway where I work that said Black Employee Coalition Meeting. And it happened to be going on right at that time, so I decided to pop in there. And they were already talking and whatnot, and I quietly went in and sat down. And immediately all the heads are turning and looking at me, and you hear the whispers. Nobody says anything for a little bit. They continue talking. And I'm just sitting there listening, being very respectful, didn't say anything at all. And finally somebody speaks up and says, you know this is the Black Employee Coalition meeting, right? And I said, yeah. And they're like, okay. And so they proceed on a little more, and finally they're like, so, is there a reason you're here? Yeah, I'd just like to see what's going on and everything.
Sure.
Okay, well, we're about to wrap this meeting up, so you can go ahead and go. Oh, just consider me white chocolate. I'm going to stay. And
your employment?
They tried to wait me out so that they could plan when their next meeting would be. They didn't want me there.
Let her go. Tell them again where you were, because some people missed where you were.
I'm not going to say.
Sorry, they were asking.
No, was this at your place of employment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
So what do you guys
surprised.
think about that? I mean, I didn't say anything bad to them. I
Right.
just wanted to go in and they didn't want
Well,
me.
it's obvious. Well, of course they don't. They don't want you because you're white. I mean, the writing's on the wall. They basically told you where you stand, where you're at, who's wanted there and who's not. And basically they showed you the door in their way.
Does each different nationality have their own coalition?
No.
You know as hell you ain't getting no white coalition going on there. Come on now.
That ain't fair, man.
No, and if it was reversed, you know, you would have you would have reporters, you would have fucking lawsuits, you would have, you know, yada yada yada.
People getting put in jail left and right.
And, you know, they don't know anything about my heritage at all, okay?
Right.
They just, based on what I look like, didn't want me there.
They don't even know their own heritage.
Yeah.
How many people out there actually know? And I know there's a few of them because I've been trying to educate as many as I possibly can.
You already knew it. But how many of you guys out there knew that the first slave owner, the first American slave owner, was black? It was because of a black man wanting to keep his black servant longer than what was legally allowed that slavery was introduced to America. First black slave owner. Black.
How could? What do you mean? That's how slavery was introduced to America. If he already had one, it was introduced before that.
It was indentured servitude. basically
Oh,
you would.
indentured.
It's kind of
Oh, yeah.
basically you would come to America and you couldn't pay for your trip here, so you would have to work so much time for somebody to pay your debt. Well, this
I
guy
see.
decided he didn't want this guy to go off and not be part of his indentured servitude anymore, and just
Okay.
went to the court and said, no, I want to keep him forever. Court said, okay.
Thank you.
And as his punishment, he was indentured forever.
No, Google it. It's a really interesting read.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Anthony Johnson.
Yeah. I mean, slavery was bad and all, but they don't teach you that stuff, I think slavery was horrible. It should have never happened, but it did. I didn't own a slave. My dad didn't own a slave. My grandfather didn't own a slave. Why should I have white man's guilt for something maybe my great-great-grandfather, I don't even think my family was over here back then, but still, it's nothing I attributed to. And the black people that are alive today, I mean, that was their great-great-grandparents as well. But we all still feel guilty about it.
Not me.
Well, Americans in general. I mean, the whole voting for Obama can be. Oh man, I'm going to get hate for this. You could say that Obama becoming president was the white man saying we're not racist anymore. See, we voted for a black guy.
Mine was because of my job. My union pushed all of this bullshit facts all over me, and I fell for I drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, we've all been there. Hey, you got a kudos from WP45 for going to the meeting. Stuapalooza saying it's all racist. Fill out a form asking what you are. That's what I was telling you about the whole, what is that thing called again when the black person? That affirmative action. You want to kill racism in jobs and all this shit? Don't make a quota. Don't even ask them what their race is. You want to get rid of sexism? Don't ask them what their sex is. Just ask them for their qualifications. If they have good qualifications, base them on that. The content of their character, not the color of the skin or what kind of gender they are. And that's would end racism in the workforce, at least, getting hired and things like that. Unfortunately, though, a lot of black people want to get jobs, and that could go back to the whole breakdown of the family, the whole wanting to live off the government tit, whatever your explanation that you enjoy it might be. But that's just how it is. If you make it the person who has the more talent or is more qualified, then how is that racist? What's up, HDP? I'm pretty sure I sent you a link.
Yep, I sent him a link a long time ago.
He's saying there's too much common sense going on around here. But I think the healthy debates like that, we can talk. I mean, me and Mario obviously disagree on freedom of speech a little bit, but I still like him. He's still a cool dude.
Yep. Nobody's cussing at each other. No one's disrespecting anyone. That's how it should be.
What the hell?
Yeah, well,
this is how it should be. And that's, unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure we all wish it could be different, but.
Well, I mean, having this discussion will make it different. I mean, we're talking with us right here, right now, but, after we leave this chat and tomorrow when you go to work or you go wherever you go and you talk to whoever you talk to, at some point this subject might come up in your everyday talk with somebody else, one of your other friends that aren't on YouTube. And they then talk to somebody else. And they talk to somebody, and that's how you get the message out.
Yep.
freedom for all, not freedom for some, not freedom for blacks, not freedom for gays, not freedom for all. Let's just go on human rights instead of gay rights and black rights and all those other rights. How about human rights?
Definitely.
Most definitely.
No.
But you don't see that though, and that's why I said we can't. We got to stop looking, at color or this.
That's
I've been practicing that. I've been practicing that attitude for a couple of years now. It started on my job, and I brought it into my personal life, and I enhanced the personal life, just being with everybody I would come in contact with in general, and then if we start a conversation, of course. And I've found a little bit recently, actually, they think that, I shouldn't say they, because it's not a lot of people, but a few people actually think that you're being strange when you're being, I don't know what humanist means, I just know that's the way I'm going to treat somebody until they prove me different, and I may still treat you that way even after you do me wrong. But they think that you're a little strange because you're being kind, man. And that's taken me aback. It's happened to me last weekend at a couple of places, and I let it go over. It's no sweat off my back. I'll continue treating the next person how I want to, and that's being nice. I'm not going to let that other person. They just must not be used to people being kind or human, then I don't know, man. It must be cold shoulder out there, and we all run into cold shoulders every day, I'm sure. But mine started with me on a job, and I took the customer service situation. I used to not consider that an issue. I didn't know what customer service was for a while back, and it proved to be a good thing that brings people around, and they stay loyal to you when you're good to them. So I started doing it in my personal life, man. I just want to treat people the way that they should be treated, man. And,
Ronnie, you're one of the most respectful persons I ever met, dude, on YouTube. I'm not just
Ronnie,
saying that, bro.
I'm glad you said that. A couple years ago, the place I work with, I have to work with one individual. I work with hundreds of people, but I work with one individual for a 12-hour shift. And that, you come across so many different people and different attitudes that you just cannot. Some people you can't stand. And I'm employed with my brother as well at the same job. And one day I came home and I was arguing about him, or just blowing off steam from work, telling him about how I can't stand the guy I was working with. And the phrase that he told me or said to me has affected me for years. He said, "Why don't you like him? Because he's different than you?" So that
was a standout thought, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what changed my mind. I think maybe it's because I was bad to myself and bad to probably others for a long time in adolescence and further beyond. And I've come to believe that what goes around comes around. Not just so much in general, but like the golden rule, but in spiritual stuff too, But I don't know, man. It's just something changed in me, and I just decided to do that thing with the customer service, and it paid off. And I'm just throwing that out there so somebody can grab a hold of saying, well, and thought, I'm just throwing that out there on the customer service thing so you know where I'm coming from. You got to treat people like the number one in work because you want them coming back to you all the time. That's not why I'm after it on a personal level. It just pays so much more dividends to be nice on the way up, man. No matter what happens, the evil crap's gonna parlay anyways, but here recently, man, people get strange when you treat them right. They think you got ulterior motives.
Yep.
I want to talk real quick on Mario's little comment. I know his dryer's loud, so he doesn't want to have his mic unmuted, but he was going back to the whole affirmative action thing. It's because white men usually work harder than the other people. And, okay, I don't know exactly your position on that, but I want to touch on something. If more white people are getting hired because they have a better work ethic or got better grades, then that's okay with me. I mean, if blacks or whoever, whatever minority doesn't like that, then work harder. You know?
So I was under the impression that I thought the whites were upset at the Mexicans for taking the white people's jobs.
Mexicans work hard like a mother.
Mexicans work a lot harder, and I'm telling you, like I said, I'm Greek, man. My parents were off the fucking boat, straight off the boat. I'm second generation, and you know, you gotta hand it to them, man. They bust their ass. They fucking work, and you hear a lot of the white culture upset at that culture because they're taking their jobs. You hear a lot of the white people, goddamn Mexicans.
The only time I'm upset with that is when the owner of said business is paying them less and telling them they're paying them less because I'm not going to tell on you because you're here illegally.
Right.
You know, that I have a problem with, because then, of course, they can underpay because the person's going to be worried about getting ratted out and deported, right? But if they're getting paid the same amount as a white person is, but they just work harder, and they get the job because they work harder, I'm okay with it, man. Take as many white jobs as you can if you can outwork them.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah, pay your taxes and pay your fees.
Right. But, I mean, illegal, no. Because they're obviously going to get paid less, and they're going to steal the job of somebody who would have maybe they still might have worked harder than the white guy, right? But they're taking that job not because they're better, but because they can be controlled. And that's just kind of a different type of indentured servitude, you know, with a little bit of money.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment is what's the involuntary servitude thing, where they make it, you know, you're actually volunteering to be servants, but you don't realize that. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so real quick, shout out Tramp 701s is still in. American died 1913, still in. Tramp. I just said Tramp 701. WP 45. You know what? He's saying he wishes more black people are awake and interested in these chats. You know, we have a few. One of my favorite guys recently is WM Warriors. Dude is smart as a whip. Of course, KC, which is the not perfect one. There was another guy, I can't remember his name. Love it when they come in the chats. Our last chat that I hosted, which always for some reason goes to race, we got on the topic, and we had all three of them in, and it was a great discussion.
Yeah, Mystical was in there too.
There it is. I'm sorry.
Mystical Carter. Yeah, that was a good chat, Stinger. You're right. That was a good one.
Those are solid guys too, man. All three.
Oh
of them.
yeah.
Solid
Yeah,
dudes.
but like Stinger's saying, man, that chat that Stinger's talking about dropped home, man. That dropped home on a lot of plates, and you're right, Stinger. We need to do more of that for sure. I think we should at least do it once a month, you know. And people, you know, said some. I'm not going to say any names, but you know.
And you know, that's how we lost quite a few bartenders after the first one that I did, and that's okay. I didn't care one way or another. Mule had to deal with it though, which was kind of funny. None of them came to me with their displeasure of what I had said. They all went to Mule because, you know, he's the one in charge and he needs to deal with Stinger because Stinger's out of line. And of course he didn't. You know, he's like, no, man, he was saying the truth. You know, and that's the whole thing, freedom of speech. You have the right to call me whatever name you want, and I have the right to call you whatever name I want, and I can say all sorts of things about you. As long as I don't assault you personally, we're good.
And what was Trick's problem? What was his I mean, I remember pretty much stuff. Yeah, what was his well, what I'm asking
Trick Daddy. I love Trick Daddy.
What I'm
Trick
asking
Daddy,
is,
okay.
Yeah,
It wasn't even the politically incorrect chat. It was the chat after that. And we were talking, I don't even remember. It was Margaret
yeah.
Thatcher that died, right? Or something to that effect. and we were talking about some shit, and I just told Mule in the chat, fuck the Brits. You know, I don't even remember what the context of it was, right? We were just, fuck these guys, fuck that, yeah, fuck the Brits. And
Dude, I was there for that.
Yeah, were you? He took that as me insulting him personally. Him personally. It was a total generalized statement, and not to the people themselves, but to the whole, we got away from Britain and all that shit, right?
Right.
I wasn't really going to go into too much of it. But he goes to Mule, he leaves me a comment, right, and I responded back and forth with him for a little while. But then he went to Mule and was demanding him, either remove my keys or kick me off the panel or whatever, or at least do. And then he came on a Friday night chat that Kansas was hosting, and I invited him on. I'm like, go ahead, tell me, you have the right to say whatever you want. And so we had that back and forth. Mule came into that chat not knowing what the hell was going on. He just came in, "Hey, guys."
I remember. He was like, what, I can't cancel my chat? Boom! Cancels right off the bat. I was just like, holy shit.
So that was kind of fun. So I give him a shout at every chance I get. That guy sucks Matt Winklejohn's cock so bad it's not even funny, man. It's like
have you talked to him after? Have you guys talked after that chat, Stinger?
Me and Trick Daddy? No.
Yeah, have you guys ever texted? No.
I didn't even know who he was, and that's what's funny. How am I supposed to make this personally against him when I have never even heard of him once? He had like 4 subscribers. He was subscribed to one channel, which was Matt, Resist the Tyranny, and all of his videos were about Resist the Tyranny's other videos that and I had never even heard of this guy. And I hadn't heard of him since. He hasn't posted any new videos.
That was in like November.
Yeah, it was a while back.
Yeah, dude, I remember that chat very clearly. I was there. I was there for that chat, and yeah, you definitely said fuck the Brits, but who cares? Like,
right,
dude, like.
I said fuck to a whole bunch of other things. I think at the same time.
Like, don't take things so personal. And he definitely took it personal.
Yeah, but it was funny. He took it so personally, it was funny. And then apparently he had private chatted with Mule saying that he needed to give me a talking to. Of course, as I said, when Mule jumped in, he wasn't expecting that at all.
What is Mule, like, don't get me wrong, I like Mule and everything like that. He's a cool cat, but what, is Mule the principal? He's the principal where, like, you gotta go and be like, report, like,
it was just funny.
It's weird.
If you have a problem with me, tell me. And he commented to me back and forth. At least he's done that. There were a lot of the bartenders who didn't even do that. They didn't even message me or comment on anything of mine. They just went straight to me. At least this guy, Trick Daddy, at least he commented to me, and we had a little back and forth in the comments. Then I allowed him into the Dragon. Well, I told Kansas was hosting, and I told Kansas, you want to let this guy in because he'd like to talk to me. So we allowed him in to have his speech. I let him go on for a while. I tried to rebut. Of course, he tried to interrupt. And we were going back and forth a little bit until Mule came in. And then he immediately stopped talking to me and started talking to Mule. And if you're not man enough to come to me with the problems you have with me, then I have a problem with that.
Dude, Mule blew up, dude. Mule was going off, and then he's like, this isn't... And then I remember that dude was like, this isn't your chat. And Mule was like, this isn't my chat? He's like, no, this is your chat. Da, 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 da. He's like, oh, yeah? Next thing I know, I saw was a black screen, and it was just like, it was Ghost. And I'm like... Yeah,
because everybody who is the Green Dragon, basically all the bartenders, any bartender that's in here, and we've had a few chats where a lot of them are bartenders. In fact, my last chat that I hosted, E. Kenny and Linda were in here, and they hit stop broadcast, or they hung up, and it stopped the broadcast. So anybody that's in as the Green Dragon can end a broadcast. Mule is the creator of the Green Dragon Tavern chat here, but he's not the only one running it, nor does he want to be the only one running it.
That's right.
All I know is he
But that
definitely
got us hired.
he definitely struck a nerve with Mule, and Mule was just like, boop, he just ended it. And I remember because I was watching it on my phone, and I was like, oh shit, drama going down, blah blah blah.
He struck Mule's nerve. Mule
Oh,
fucking turned
he
purple,
definitely,
dude.
he definitely struck Mule's nerve, and Mule was like, I'm not, what, I can't do what?
Mule fucking.
Hit
That
that
was,
button, and it was
chat.
gone.
that was on Kansas's channel. It was called Kumbaya. And fucking, yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yep. Long live the man.
He showed, Mule showed who was boss. I'll tell you that. He showed who was boss.
Ford Rocks, 1986. He's in the chat room now. Steelpalooza says Mexicans put up with so much slave wages and hard work. The Indians are using them here now. Indians from India are taking over with the same attitude given in their own country. Nothing against them. Hey, I'm all for documented workers coming over. If they want to go through the legal processes, Indian, Mexican, whatever, they come here and they outwork a white person, I am okay with that. Take as many jobs.
All they want to do is work. All they want to do is work and be able to supply their family with food on the table. That's all That's all. But the only problem I have is I came to this country legally. Like I came from Portugal in 1978, and we came here legally. It took us 7 years to come to America, and we came here legally. I was a green card. They called us greenhorns because we had a fucking green card. I had a green card till I was 18 years old before I became an American citizen.
And I don't know, maybe you can tell me, but I believe, my own belief, I believe if somebody does go through those processes, those steps in order to come here legally, I think they love the country more. They're Americans, They're still, you're still Mexican or whatever, but you're not saying, hey, Mexico, all the time. You're now an American.
Absolutely, no.
You're proud to be that American a lot more than somebody who just crosses the border illegally.
Yes, they need to go through the process. They need to go through but they found a loophole. There's a 20 million person loophole where they're just like, oh, we'll just go across the border, get a job over here, we'll fucking work for and they don't work for pennies. They come over here and but here's the thing: the jobs that they take is construction work. They take farming because they're cheap labor, and all businesses
for that amount of money,
Yeah, they want, but businesses want that cheap labor. So the businesses are kind of, in a weird way, they're drawing these people in there because they want cheap labor. Are you gonna pay an American $12, $13, $14 an hour where you can pay a foreigner $6, $7, $8 an hour? Of course you're gonna pick the foreigner because that's more money in my pocket.
It's one reason why jobs are being shipped overseas, and the owners of these businesses should be held accountable with prison sentences. I know here in Arizona we have some laws now that if a business is caught, giving work to an illegal, they are in serious trouble. But it needs to be worldwide.
Not over here in the north. Like I live in New England. I live in Rhode Island. In the Northeast, they're like, ship them over here, baby. If they don't want them in Arizona, they'll take them over here in New England. Right. And they have the whole corridor. A lot of them are Colombians, Venezuelan. Like we don't even fuck with the Mexicans. Well, unless they're like MS-13, but Most of the foreigners that come up here, they're from Colombia, Venezuela. Right now, it's like a huge illegal Brazilians. Brazilians come up here.
Really?
They fly over here. They just don't fly back. They just stay here. They stay at their aunt's house, and they just stay in their aunt's house, make some money, painting, construction, whatever, and then they just ship the money to fucking back to Brazil so that like their family in Brazil can have a decent living. Cause they ain't no jobs in Brazil. They ain't no jobs in Colombia. They ain't no jobs in Venezuela. Where are the jobs? The jobs are in America. You come to America, make a small fortune, and then who cares? They don't even give a fuck if they get deported. They already made their money. Oh, you're gonna deport me? Okay, I already got money.
They just come right back too.
Yeah, and then they just end up coming back. 6 months later, they come back.
Here's what they got down here where I'm at in my town. Got a lot of foliage, greenhouses, and I've worked side by side with the Spanish, and I didn't know it until I worked with them. I worked as a temp, and I was paid by the hour, of course, this, that, and the other. But we pulled 14-hour days, and I loved it because after the normal set, I was getting time and a half, and that can rack up as a temp. And I believe at that time, for me, it was a rose nursery just down the street, even though I've got mega greenhouses in the city I'm in. But we were doing roses, and it was outside. I worked 14 hours, so after 8, I got my time and a half. And as a temp on a regular 8 at that time, 10 years ago, I was bringing home $28.41. So the overtime was kick-ass. It turns out the guys I was working adjacent to were the Mexicans, and I didn't know, but they were on Department of Agriculture terms. And because the reason I learned this was because after I would stop working, they would go to another site just adjacent to where we were just then. We worked outside all day long, man. And it surprised me. They wore long sleeves. They're pretty smart about the heat, and I was. Anyways, they would go to another area and continue working. I was like, damn, dude, I've already worked 12, and now it's about 14 hours. I'm waiting for the bus to come get me for the labor pool, it's called. And they'd be there the next morning, probably barely got any sleep. Turns out they could work as many hours as they wanted on the Department of Agricultural laws because they're migrant, right? So, but they could pull a 90-hour week, which most of them were pulling. I think they were pulling about 90 to 96 hours a week, but they weren't getting paid overtime or nothing. It's just a flat hourly wage, all right, by that employer. It's a nursery. It's a rose nursery called Dewar's, like the liquor, and they supply a lot of major big shops like, say, Home Depot. That's neither here nor there. There's no harm in it, man. They produce a good product. What those guys would do, they'll bust their ass. They were apparently busting their asses for taking side jobs in the nursery, and then about every 4 to 5 months, they'll either go home, and all respects to that, they weren't. I get along fine with them here. We got some heavies in this town. It's all Mexican as far as that goes on the labor stuff and the migrants. We all get along. They're very respectful to us and anybody else I've ever met. I've never had any problems with them in my town. But they're good folks as far as I'm concerned. But they'll either leave and go home and start building the house that they're working on down there in their home. Or you know what else I found out they do? If they're running with a clique of guys, say like there's 8 of them. I found it when I was delivering pizzas, Stinger and everybody else, live panel and outside in the chat also. I found that when I was delivering pizzas, they'll run in a group, say 8, 10 of them, right? That's cool. You got your hombres with you. You're running as a clique. That's cool. they all collectively save their money. And you know what I found out they do? When it came time to party, probably Saturday night, because they work all day Saturday, they throw down. And tippers, I never had a better tip than I did off the Spanish guys. They'll break you off some coin because they got it. But they also buy cars, man. Check it out. I found out that if you're running with a clique of 8 guys and you don't have a ride, okay, this month we're buying, say for instance, Jose's car. He wants a Ram 1500. We'll buy that this month. And then next month, whoever's term it is, all your money goes to that cat's vehicle. Because, they all pitched in the month before for your ride. That's how they play down here.
And they have to put wheels on them.
Yeah, well, they do like to ride. Once they get them, you're right. They do like to ride, All kinds of good bling and chromey things and, attachments, fuzzies and stuff. They love it. But they roll run, they'll stick together. But that's what I found what they do with their money. They'll go home because they bust their nuts. And they weren't getting no overtime. They're pulling 90, 96, like I said, 96 hours, man. And I didn't know that they weren't getting overtime. I didn't know how the ag thing worked and all that. And the guy said, "No, dude." He says, we'll work them 600 hours a month, whatever. He quoted me some insane figure. He says, we don't have to pay them overtime or nothing because they're on Department of Agriculture labor laws. And, they're not illegal because I've seen illegal raids also as a laborer. I've been on sites where they'll come up and just everybody bolts, and then you're amongst illegals, and all the help leaves. That's happened at a couple of resorts I worked at as a construction site. They just pull up and
La migra.
Now the Department of Homeland Security is running around a little more tough. That's who shows up now. It doesn't say immigration or nothing. It's the DHS Green Suburban type deals. That's what Border Patrol shows up, but it says DHS now. So I'm just saying down here
we got ICE cops over here. ICE.
Really?
And those are the dudes that deport people back to whatever country they are.
Hawaii.
All right, guys. Well, we're 2 hours into it. The chat room's pretty lively. One person was asking how they could get into one of these chats. I think that's their first time here. That was, I think, Ford Rock. Yeah, Ford Rocks 1986. How does somebody join the chat? Well, have a Google Plus account and a microphone, hopefully. I know JWatt doesn't have a microphone or a camera, but he still likes to come into the live portion. I am actually going to send, since we're 2 hours into it, I'm going to send out a link to the chat room here in a second, so anybody in the chat room can click on that link and join. But first, I'm going to give some more shout-outs to High Desert Pioneer. He thinks the Brits are the bane of the world. Every problem for the last 300 years goes back to queens and kings of England.
That's absolutely right.
There you go. 69 Bones, what's up? He sees more foreign flags here where he's at than American flags, and that their loyalty is to their country, not America. And, I think the illegals, for sure. I think people who go through the system and they feel like they earned it, they had to do, I don't know about you, Mario, but most people, I think, have to do that test, and they know more about America than most Americans after having to go through all that. And, they bleed red, white, and blue after that.
Dude, I cried, man. I cried.
Yeah, Mule Team 66 joined us for a minute in the chat room, asking if I had burned it down yet, and I told him I'm trying. I'm trying, man. Every time I get one of these,
just give me a half an hour.
Yeah. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the chat room and sending out a link to who we got 3 spots available still. So for the next 2 hours until I shut this thing down, everybody's welcome. And I might ban you if you're not respectful. But that's the only way you get banned in the Dragon is if you're disrespectful.
All right, Stinger.
Who fills them up first?
Stinger, I asked to get on here before there was anybody else on here. I got a quick question for you. What's going on with your vaping channel? I really miss your curious flavor videos.
Yeah, I still vape. Not as much as I should, but I still vape. And I just got a new device in from a company, and so yeah, the vaping, the flavors. I did get some new juice that I want to do some videos on, but I'm still active on that, just not as much. I've been busy with some stuff in my personal life, and also going to be making a trip here pretty soon to Kansas. So 2 channels. It's hard to keep both of them going, but I appreciate it.
And then when I first jumped in, we were talking about cell phones and how that helped out on, slipped some of my mind to where that was at. You recall what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I was talking about how cell phones was good at the Bundy Ranch, and even though they have a lot of bad qualities for privacy, but they can be used for, our purposes as well.
Did you happen to see any of, let's see, there's an ex-military guy that does YouTube channels. Most of them are about an hour-long conversations.
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's talking about how people or the feds are going to start investigating the people that were there.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
And cell phone tracking could go along with that. And are you ready for it? She came out with a video explaining how your internet ID is already established.
Yeah.
And that also goes along with your phone. So if you were there and you were a part of it, I mean, you wouldn't even have to be a part of it. If you were there, you were associated. So I can see how phones would be a bad thing.
Oh man, this is where you come into the law, like the law thing, where it's like, what is it, like an accessory before or after the fact or whatever. Like if the Bundys were breaking the law, which I don't think they were. I have there was no way in hell the Bundys were breaking the law. But according to the BLM, the Bundys are breaking the law. So if you're an accessory...
But they were breaking a law that the BLM put in place, and that they went to the courtroom with the prosecutor, the judge, and everybody. Even their own defense attorney was against them. So, I mean, if I make a law saying it's okay to go and hit Mario in the face, I make that law, and then I enforce that law by hitting him in the face. Does that make it right? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, but if your buddy behind you hits me in the face, or not even in the face, but that buddy of yours knew that you were gonna punch me in the face, that makes him an accessory.
Right, but I made the law.
I don't know.
I made the law. I hit you, and I'm the judge, and I get to determine if I broke my own law. But going on to the cell phone thing. Going on to the cell phone thing, though, I'm not worried about people at the Bundy Ranch with their cell phones. They have drones in the sky, facial recognition, license plate recognition. Did you take your own car to the Bundy Ranch? Did you rent a car? Because they can find out that you rented the car by checking the license plate. They can find out who rented it then. There are so many different ways other than your phone to know exactly who every single person that was there, who they were, that I'm not even worried about the phone. The phone, that's the obvious one. That's the one they're probably not even worried. I'm not even worried about that one. I'm worried about the license plate scanners, the facial recognition, all the video footage from the people that were there and now are on YouTube.
That'd be pretty stupid for the government to do all that because they want to piss everybody off.
Well, they'll go after one at a time, and they'll do it quickly. They won't set it up for months and months like they were doing over here at the Bundy Ranch. They're going to go and get, let's say, Tactical Tony. They're going to go and get his ass and drag him away. Now, we here at the Dragon might bitch about it, but nobody else really in America is going to give a shit. Who's Tactical Tony? I don't even know.
Yeah.
That guy. Why the fuck should I care about that crazy guy? Because that's how they're going to say it on the news. He was crazy, domestic terrorist. And nobody's going to give a shit because they're going to eat up whatever they're told by the media and not look into it themselves. And if they do it one at a time...
You're absolutely right.
And if they do it one at a time and not all at the same time, if they do it one at a time, not all at the same time, nobody's going to give a shit.
That's one of the responses I wanted to make before I came on here about the cell phones and how it helped out being there. You know, if you take the Branch Davidian, you had maybe 2 news channels that still stand out today on what happened.
Branch Davidian?
What happened there? For just one, for instance, Ruby Ridge. You know, you don't have actual accounts of what happened. You just have news media accounts of what happened. So, you know, they can spin the stories on to what people believe happened today. But now with the cell phones, you know, people actually can see all of the different levels of what has happened there. And I do believe that cell phones kept many people from dying.
I agree. I think so also. Not so much on the subject, but object.
Well, everybody has a camera on their cell phone now too,
Yep.
and you don't do it with just one news outlet's camera anymore. Everybody's got a camera, and
Yep.
you can't keep track of all of these people with cameras, and they can upload it to YouTube instantly. So that shit gets out quick, and they can't control it as much as you'd like to think. With the whole NSA, they can control a lot, they can look into a lot, but they can't stop you from posting it that quick. It's going to get out there, it's going to get shared, it's going to get G+'d and Facebooked and Twittered and all sorts of things, and it goes quick.
They know it.
So
Yeah,
I'm a little confused. So what? Like, I know the outcome of the Branch Davidian compound. I know the outcome of it, but what is the ultimate like what would the feds trying to accomplish?
There's still
with the
someone
Branch?
still doing time, man.
Plus, the people claimed they were being kidnapped or held against their will.
I thought from I was young. I was
Hold
young.
on for a minute, brother Mario. Hold on.
There's illegal guns.
We got a,
well, that's part of it. But do you know that George Bush Jr. his ranch is right behind that area?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that was
I
never
thought they
really.
were molesting little kids. That's
No,
what I heard.
that's
I heard
all-
they was
that's-
molesting little
let's
kids.
take a couple of minutes and see who just came in the room. We know Star came in here. What's up, Star? We know who's this? Chris Conrad. Hey,
I'm Ford Rocks 1986. Can you guys hear me clearly?
I can hear you, Chris.
Loud and clear, brother.
How's it going, guys? I always see you guys doing these live chats. I usually am logged in another account on my phone.
Yeah.
It's just my first computer in 28 years. So
Well, welcome to the Dragon, bro.
I decided I'll.
Last computer took those punch cards.
Like I said, I just saw you, and we didn't recognize who you were. We just wanted you to come out and introduce yourself, and thank you for coming on the Dragon, bro.
I appreciate you guys letting me in, allowing me to get a little bit of my own input. I really feel like you guys contribute a lot. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't realize that these chats happen.
Right.
A lot of like-minded individuals such as yourselves, and I learned from you guys. I learned about you guys from Tactical Tony 702.
No doubt.
You guys are the chat place to be at. So
No doubt.
I just decided to look you guys up. I've been watching a few other, like I said, on my other accounts that I have. I said,
Right.
I got to get into this. I want to be able to commentate with you guys and just see how everything's going on. Because
Yeah.
it just, I don't know. I guess it gives me a little more peace in my heart knowing that there is fellow Americans out here who think the same way I do. And, like I said, I really appreciate you guys letting me join.
No problem, brother. That's why we're here, man. Like I said, man, you're always welcome. And Sundays, Thursdays, and Tuesdays, brother. 10 o'clock.
I'm out of California. I don't know where you guys are out of.
Oh, shit.
I'm out of
Where you
Southern
from?
California to
Where
be
you
exact. And I just, gun guy, probably like you guys all are. Sounds like it at least.
Oh yeah.
Well, just keep in mind, brother, we're 3 hours ahead of you.
No, I know you guys are. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I was looking at a couple of the. You guys have been doing this for already, what, 2 hours and at least 30 minutes, huh?
Yeah, we usually do it about 4 hours.
Wow.
Where in California are you from, Chris?
I'm actually in San Jacinto. It's right out of Riverside, like 45 minutes out of Riverside.
Nice.
So
Which direction?
it would be considered south. I'm closer towards the border. In between, if you know where Palm Springs is, I'm on the other side of Palm Springs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got a lot of good California people in the Dragon. WM Warriors is there. Mark 1616 is in Cali. I know that I'm missing a few. Those are just the ones that come to my mind. A lot of them in Cali, man. You guys are stepping up. It's nice to know that we got some people from Cali that think the same way.
Yeah, well, it's not all communists down here yet, so they haven't forced me into their ways. I'm not stepping on the bus.
All right.
Yeah, Chris, make sure you check everyone's channel out here, man, and
Definitely. I'll most likely.
we'll check you guys. We'll check you out, and
I really don't have any videos posted up. You know, I'm like I said, I'm new to this kind of stuff. I'm kind of anti-computer, anti-cell phones. Put me back in the wilderness, and I'll be a happy man just with that. You know.
So what kind of? You said you're a gunman. What you?
I got
what you got?
Or AR? No, AK or AR.
I've got both.
Which one did you buy first?
I bought my AK first.
Okay, you're a mule guy.
Yeah, I'm an AK guy. My chest.
All right, now wait a minute before you say anything, Chris. Pistol-wise.
M&P 9.
No, Glock platform or 1911 platform?
Yeah,
Glock platform.
Okay. Yeah, we're Glock.
I'd love to own a 1911. Just too darn expensive.
You like them cheap and dirty?
$100. So.
Cheap and dirty.
Yeah, I like them cheap and dirty. You know.
If I were you, I suggest you to buy a Glock 21 before you go spend money on a 1911.
Yeah, well, see, I'm more of an all-American kind of guy, so I try to keep as much as my money. That's the last true American industry left.
That's cool.
So I try to keep it within Smith & Wesson, within Ruger.
Oh, I hear you. No doubt. I love Smith & Wesson.
My AK, you know, I can't afford a Jim Fuller AK, which is an American-built AK, but so I went with the cheap Romanian one.
You got good taste. Got good taste, Chris.
Thank you.
G. Hey, G.
Yes, sir.
Why a Glock 21 over a 19? Just real quick. Or a 19.
Well, let's talk about it. Well, good question. And like I said, you know, I'm not hating on a 1911. 1911 is a pretty gun. It's a good history and all that stuff. And sure, you know, 1911 is a great shooting pistol, a good target pistol. But if I'm at, you know, when I'm at home, you know, my house is protected by Glock, and that's that. I don't like safety. Let me finish. I don't like safeties. I like to charge my weapon, and I like to aim and shoot. I don't want any malfunctions.
No malfunctions. Yep.
Don't forget about the extra rounds, brother.
The 13 round. I'm not fit. Thank you, Stinger. And like I said, you know, like Stinger and I, you know, we can do the 13 round, or you can do the happy stick. I mean,
what's up, Rebel?
What's up? I think it's.
Thank you, Brother Red, for blessing us with your presence. But like, back to your question, Randy, I'm a Glock man. I don't like 1911s, but I'm not gonna trash them.
We're all fans of firearms that go bang, but
exactly.
We have our personal preferences for sure.
Yeah, I don't trash any weapons, brother. We all love our weapons. We love our guns, but
I think it's comical that people choose different guns and well, everybody has their own expectations of danger.
Yeah, and I'm just a simple man. I'm not a fancy bling bling man.
That's why there's so many guns.
I just want to be able to smoke the dude that comes into my house and tries to rob my ass.
Well, I mean, that's why there's so many different types of firearms out there, though, because everybody has their own personal preference. Everybody values one thing over another. Some people like the safety. Some people don't.
Exactly.
I'm more of a point and click kind of guy. I don't want to have to try to remember to, you know, take the safety off. But that's just me.
Well, the safety on a 1911 for me is a thumb rest, so it automatically goes down once it gets into aiming position.
Right, and when you train with that, that's the best way to go. When I first got into firearms and I bought a Glock, it was mostly because I couldn't afford a 1911. And so that's what I learned on. I am actually looking to buy a 1911 someday soon, I hope. But, you know, as I said, I'm a fan of everything that goes goes bang and throws lead down range, but you know, I get the cheap and dirty stuff myself first. I bought a Glock. I bought an AK first. Now I got, an AR-15 that it's a high dollar thing. But, I tell Mule and everybody, my AK and my Glock are boring. What the hell? Every time I take it to the range and I pull the trigger, it works and it hits what I'm aiming at. Where's the fun in that?
Now you have spent a lot of time on your AR. What are the groupings like? And do you reload for that, or do you buy?
I haven't reloaded yet. I'm collecting all the stuff to start reloading for AR, but man, the groupings are tight. But I have everything's competition on my AR. I got the Timney trigger. I've got, the recoil reducing buffer. I've got the brake. I've got a 223 Wild barrel, which is supposed to be chambered better than a normal barrel. It does 5.56 as well, but it's just supposed to be competition style. So the groupings are pretty good. It's definitely better than the AK, but dude, I've had a lot of problems with the AR. With it's a piston AR, right? I have the Osprey piston system in it, and so I've had a lot of issues with trying to get it tuned right. Once it finally is tuned right, it should be awesome. But the AK was already tuned right, and it was $600, and I've spent 8 times that on my AR. So.
Did you say 8?
Nah, man, you just want a gun that will smoke the motherfucker. That's all. That's the only. You don't need no. You don't need no this.
Get a high point.
Blah, blah,
Get a high point.
You just want a gun that will just smoke the motherfucker, and that's it.
Get a high point.
That's a pretty.
I'm not looking to be all pretty and be all this and that. Be like, oh,
that's all you need. A high point.
Is that gun gonna smoke the dude or not? That's all I want. I just want kills.
That's what I originally got my AK for, my Glocks for. That's what I got them for. But then after I got what I needed, I got what I wanted. So here, this one's $600, right? 600, 4,500.
Whoa! Oh yeah, that's a zombie. That's a zombie killer. Yeah, that's right.
Excuse me,
but this
Russell.
one's got all the bells and whistles, whereas this one works. Bells and whistles works.
Russell, I'm gonna cut out and make some room in here. All right, you got 10 people going on right now.
All right.
My shotgun will smoke a motherfucker, no problem.
All right, Joe. Have a good night, bro.
Later, all right, thank you.
Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
Mario. This is just my philosophy in shooting. I do have my sidearms that I carry daily, and every gun that I have is a precision weapon. It's not a tactical weapon in any sort. So that's why I was interested in the groupings of this high dollar.
Yeah, the groupings are great. Is it worth as much money as I put into it? Great. I don't know.
It's yours.
A gun isn't to look pretty. A gun is to kill. That's it.
Dude, when I put in the stall mag, let me show you my magazine that I have for my AR.
It's not the gun.
150. Sorry. What, Rep?
I said it's not the gun.
You can kill a lot of people.
Shh, Mario.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying, everybody gets hung up on guns and gun. It's not the gun. It's the shooter.
Yeah.
You can give somebody that's a good shooter any gun, and they're going to do well. You can give, you can give somebody the best gun in the world, the most accurate, high dollar gun in the world, and if they're not a good shooter, it's not going to make any difference.
True.
Well said, Reb.
True. A true car driver can drive anything. They're not limited to their car that they have built for them. They can get into any car and make that car perform to its quality or to its optimum performance.
My Uncle Mikey says, one mine, any weapon.
This is mostly for fun and bench resting. This is not a home defense weapon, nor would I ever use it as such, because the legalities of doing such a thing would be atrocious. I can only imagine. But, at the range, 150 rounds with a bump fire, so that I can put 150 rounds downrange at about 8 seconds, is fun. I enjoy that part of it, and that's why I did this. Now, as I was saying, the money didn't really buy me enough accuracy to be worth it. What I got from putting all the money into this that I did was the experience of knowing how it works, and that was one of the reasons why I wanted to build it from the ground up myself. And it's been a very expensive lesson, but if anything breaks on this, I can immediately diagnose it and fix about 99% of it. So that's why I decided to build this one instead of just buy a $600 one from Walmart.
The only reason why I got an AR was California was proposing not a ban, a registration, like on our pistols. All of our pistols are registered to my name. So if a police officer runs the serial number, the name comes up. And that doesn't happen on rifles and shotguns. It only comes up either stolen or not stolen. So I purchased my AR knowing that I better buy this now before it can be registered back to me, and they know, okay, this AR is by this guy. Obviously, there's a database when I run through the NICS system, but still, though, it's not in a California system. So now they're all into a California system. So that's the real reason why I purchased my AR. I didn't purchase it because I wanted one. I like ARs. I just prefer to shoot an AK. It's dirt cheap where I live.
Yeah. And as I said, the AK, that's why I got mine originally. I wanted something that would work and something that, I didn't have to worry about. It was an easy gun to learn how to work it. It goes bang every time I pull the trigger, and it hits what I'm aiming at, as long as I'm a good shot.
That's why I say Glocks are the AKs.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, no. You're good.
I have friends with fancy, $2,000-$3,000 rifles, and we'll go out, and it's a really desert climate where I live, and we'll get a good storm, a good little breeze of sand, and they're having nothing but problems with their fancy rifles, and every single time I pull that trigger on my AK, it goes bang. So that's
what kind of fancy rifle are you talking about?
Well, just Troy battle rifles and stuff like that, or Troy built ones, and a few of I can't remember the name of it. It was some Wilson rifle or something like that. Just
when I built mine, and as I said, I've got 4,500 into my AR, and so I wish I only had $2,000 put into it. But my whole premise was to make the AR as much like an AK as I possibly could. That's why I put it as a piston system AR, and I don't really have to lube it. I don't have to worry about dirt. Shit, I ran 400, 500 rounds one time, and no dirt in the receiver at all because none of it comes back. Only the primer going off puts a little bit on the end of the bolt, and that's it.
Is there anybody in here that competition shoots?
Not I. I've looked into it, but I don't do it.
I've done some clay shooting.
That's fun.
I suck at it.
It's fun to suck, though. That's like dove hunting. Dove hunting is my favorite game.
Dove hunting?
Yeah.
I could do that shit all day.
And that's a humbling sport right there.
Yeah.
Those fucking birds, man, they fucking pop out of nowhere and they fucking up in the air and you're just like, boom, boom, and you're like, did I get him? Nope, that bird flew away. Fuck. Six shots. Six shot. That fucking bird flew away from 12 shots, and the fucking bird still flew away.
Well, Stinger, wouldn't you say that like the dirt issue is on a tolerance kind of thing on the machining of the, the feed and all that kind of thing?
Well, that's why 1911s usually, the custom ones anyway, or the higher end ones have to be broken in because they're made so damn tight that they have there's no room for error. Even the smallest, slightest piece of dust that get them is going to mess them all up. And you have to break them in for 500 rounds. After you break it in, now it's a little bit looser. So, AK is already made loose. That's why it runs better. But like with a Glock, it feeds. A Glock really feeds well. But if you ever try to reload rounds that have been shot out of a Glock, the brass is more deformed because the chamber is a little bit wider and more allowing of dirt and debris.
I got a video on that on the chambering of my 1911. It's a Kimber Ultra CDP, and the chambering on it is very large. I cannot load a casing hot enough in order for the casing to actually fill the chamber up. I always got a bunch of blowback carbon buildup around the casings when they come out. So as far as my 1911 being reliable, it's extremely reliable.
How are those Kimbers? Would you recommend someone spending $1,200-$1,300 for one of those?
Absolutely.
Because
That's just an opinion, though.
no, absolutely, absolutely. I realize, I'd like to purchase a 1911, and truly my two choices are between a Smith & Wesson, which the one I want is like $1,300. Yet then again, California, I think we have higher prices than you guys on, so something might be $13 for me and $900 for you. So, it just, I like the Kembers, I like the way they look, and I know they're all variants unless it's cold. So.
Yeah, they're all the same. In a sense, they're all the same. Yeah.
Do any of you guys run body gear? Like body armor, anything like that? Plates?
I found some body armor at $100 for like 2 vests at a garage sale. The guy was a cop. He was an ex-cop. It's like, I don't like wearing this stuff anymore.
That goes along with my comment early on expectations of danger. If I'm gonna need body armor, I'm gonna lay down and cry, and I'm done.
Best, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I purchased it with the mindset of that if it ever gets to that situation, I'd rather have it and not need it and then wish I had it,
Absolutely.
So the one I bought came out to like $300 for some AR-500 setup, and came with some crappy Condor vest that's starting to fall apart, but every range time I take it out with me, and it's probably one of my safest things I ever felt that I bought that will secure me because I've seen the reviews on it. I've never shot it myself. I'm not trying to ruin the darn thing, but it was a great purchase, on my viewpoint.
Yeah, if you don't have body armor in this day and age, there's something wrong with you.
Come on.
Well, yeah, it's called a broke ass motherfucker because I put all that money into that goddamn rifle and shit.
No, when I walked away from that garage sale, I was just thinking, I was like, yeah, if you live in Chicago, you're just walking around. The stuff was light enough. It looked like it would take, I don't know what it would take. But it did have armor in it.
Usually
whatever.
these police stuff is
3A.
No, 2A. Usually it's soft body armor.
2A.
Yeah, it was soft body armor, and you just, on a hot day, I could see that it'd be a pain to be wearing that.
Rebel, could you give me a whereabouts, a very vague area on where you live?
Oh yeah, northern Nevada.
Is crime high in that area to where you feel?
No, man.
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm like,
I'm just a
I'm gonna wear
paranoid.
body armor to go to work.
I'm just a paranoid
Go to work,
dude.
I'm gonna wear some body armor.
He's very paranoid. Okay, this dude is seriously tinfoil hat brain damage.
Yeah.
But
Hold on, you guys. Reb was talking, man. You guys interrupted Reb.
no, he agreed.
It's all good. No, I'm paranoid, and it's just one of those things. It's available to the public. It's reasonably inexpensive in comparison of things, and even if you may not think you need it, maybe your wife or your kids or something like that. You just don't know.
Right. Or if your friend or your good friend is looking at it and you saw a video, now you got to, transfer some product knowledge. I mean, that's what
I could probably pick up that body armor for $75 now. Sell it to somebody else.
Yeah.
I mean, real quick, we have a few people new here in the Dragon, and of course there's some people out new that are in the chat. I don't know if you guys are willing to do it, but why don't we go ahead and tell everybody, wherever you live, you can say or
I'll
area,
start.
whatever's comfortable for you. Yeah, go ahead, G.
Yeah, I'll start her off. Name is G. Everybody knows me. I'm here in Annapolis, Maryland. Been here a Maryland resident for 37 years. Grew up in D.C. Got out of D.C. and came to Annapolis, Maryland. Been here for
Camera only sees right here.
And Chris, we know you're in Cali, right?
Yeah, I'm in Southern California, born and raised in Riverside, transferred to San Jacinto just because of cost prices. Southern California.
And James? Sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. I'm 28 years old. I own my own business, small little door business, with a partner, and we service commercial automatic doors.
Good job, man.
Overhead or?
Overhead, concealed, roll up, sliding, swinging, any kind of door that automates itself, I can do.
Chris, you look like an educated go-getter motivator, man.
Thank you.
That's
I
good
appreciate
shit,
it.
brother.
I appreciate it. I really don't like working for other people.
Good man. That's a good man.
I
hope
prefer to work for myself. So.
Sincerely, I hope you become a millionaire.
You know, I don't hope to be a millionaire. I push and work hard to one day.
That's right.
That was what this whole
brother, that's all you gotta do.
Just be healthy. Just be healthy. Take care of your family and.
No kids. Been married for 9 years.
God bless you, brother. Absolutely.
Did you hear Reb?
No.
That was a good one.
QC Hemp, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Jim, YouTube is QC Hemp 420. Live in eastern Iowa by the Quad Cities. That's right on the Mississippi River between Iowa and Illinois. And mostly interested in liberty type issues and concerned about the Constitution. And we do our share of that in here. And when we complete these introductions, can we talk about the possibility of Second Amendment in Mexico?
Oh, sure. That's an interesting.
Pro freedom, baby. Pro freedom.
Mario, can you tell us a little bit something?
Oh man, I live in Rhode Island, East Providence. Yeah, I'm a New Englander. And,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad for myself every single day. And yeah, I'm in the middle of the gun grabbing community. I'm in the middle of it.
Mario's good people, guys. Check out Mario Martins. He's good people.
Yeah, what's your channel? What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mario Martins. That's it.
All right, Randy, you're next, brother.
Born and raised 40 years in hometown of Pony Express, St. Joseph, Missouri. Ride the rails for a living and just love watching all you crazy people talk.
Damn right.
Thanks
for watching us,
guilty pleasures, right? Guilty pleasures.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching us.
Rebel, you kind of already said it, but why don't you go ahead again?
What are you writing a book? What the hell you want to know, man? I'm a private person. What do you want, man?
Reb.
Well, he lives in Nevada. He's very paranoid. He used to be a drummer for a no-name band, and now he thinks.
Wow.
Damn.
Hey, Reb got some like high marks for my friends around here.
Hey, Reb is he's funkified, my brother. My boy's got skills that pays the bills.
No,
He's pretty badass.
I'm east of Tahoe, and been with my wife 20 years. Got two small kids that I homeschool.
Nice.
And yeah.
Very cool.
My wife was talking
about
homeschooling, Reb. I'm gonna have to get up with you on one of our nice day chats we have.
Yeah, man. I'd be happy to help you with that, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to get Sarah and introduce you to the girl, and we'll get jiggy.
All right, Ronnie, your turn. Ronnie Brown.
Thank you, Stinger. Good evening to the fellows I know, and also the guys I have not met. Double C, good to meet you.
Brother Brown.
Randy P, good to meet you. I'm from Orlando, Central Florida, USA. Just a tradesman, I'm a driver, and glad to be alive and around folks like you guys, man.
Amen.
Thanks for coming on tonight, Brother Brown.
Ronnie, is that over the road truck driver?
Yeah, I'm not on the rails yet.
All right, Stu Palooza. What's up?
I'm next. Oh, I'm coastal Michigan on the Michigan lake border, and my channel's supposed to be deleted, but I'm not. I'm still here.
No shit.
Nice.
Yeah, I deleted
Well-
everything, and I can still access all my channels, even though I don't have any subs, and I don't have any of my data. I'm just out here like a ghost.
Yeah.
Bizarre.
That's the way to be, brother.
Sometimes that's good.
Ninja.
Ninja's good.
Warriors, come on now. I know a little bit about you, but tell everybody else.
Hey
And
guys, on YouTube, my channel is WM Warriors 713. That's actually the name of my organization I got out here. I go by Sandman. Born and raised in LA County. Lived in Compton all my life. Went to school and worked in Los Angeles.
Compton.
Compton, Watts, LA, Gardena, all the worst. Do a little bit of construction here and there, working with the trade shows and stuff like that. Used to be an EMT for 2 years, riding on different ambulances, 911 and IFC. Yeah, that's me.
Straight out of Compton.
In
Yeah,
Compton.
it's pretty hard for a white guy to live in Compton, right?
Nah, there's
No,
hey,
I was
Caucasians are
referring to your
moving.
white ass. No, I was just busting his balls, but
That was good, Sting. Have you seen any white people that live in, sorry, Sting, have you seen any white people that live, honestly, Sandman, in the Compton or Watts or
I thought he was
You're
black.
not in, you're not
They
in
live.
Compton. You're
They
in South
live
Central.
here, but they don't live honestly.
That's what I'm asking. I'm honestly saying, I mean, you don't see no white people in Compton.
they're white.
No, they do.
They're white in skin only.
So they do,
No,
so you're saying there are
there's
white people that
yeah.
live in Compton.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And most of them, in the city of Compton at least, the majority of the
Right.
ones I've run into, they work at the city hall. You know, they
Right.
come and they got good jobs and shit like that. And if you guys look into Compton City, they're the most corrupt piece of government you can find. So you know,
Really? Wow.
I would have,
Oh,
to,
yeah.
I would have to say Rhode Island. Rhode Island is a
Nah.
very close second. Very
The
close
city of-
second.
The
I'm
city
talking
of
about having all the city people who work in like the higher echelons, you know, like department heads and stuff. They get their lawns cut, you know. They got people painting their houses from the city, you know, all that kind of stuff. All the janitors come by and fix this, fix that. Nah, it's on a whole nother level out here. It's beyond just money. It's like you go through that one block that they live on. It looks 2-3 story houses, beautiful yards, maintenance, all that kind of stuff.
The Beverly
It
Hills.
looks like Beverly Hills. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if you
man.
guys know
I
about
gotta
the city
check
of
that out.
Bell in California, how the I believe it was the mayor was making $750,000 a year for a population of about 50,000. Was voted the corruptest place in California, and it's about maybe 35 minutes from Compton.
Wait, which city is that?
What was that?
What city are you talking about?
The city of Bell in California.
Oh, with the Bell, they had lost their whole
The
council,
sheriff was
didn't they?
making. What was that?
They lost like 8 people off their city council, didn't they?
Yeah, and they're still on permanent pay to this day. The sheriff was making $400,000 a year, and he's still getting paid that. And they're trying to fight it and get it overturned, so he loses it. And I mean, they were paying these people out millions of dollars to be part-time workers. You know, I don't.
Lawmakers making laws that affect themselves. I mean, that's been kind of the subject tonight. We went into a little bit of that, you know, where, especially with the Bundy Ranch, they're making a law and then enforcing that law and judging that law, and that's just wrong. That whole California thing, that's a prime example of the corruption that we allow sometimes, that we find out about later on. That it's crazy. I'm going to do mine real quick, and then we're going to talk about Mexico getting a Second Amendment. That's very interesting to me. Poison Stinger, I'm in as the Green Dragon right now because I'm hosting, but my YouTube channel is Poison Stinger. You can call me Russell Stinger or whatever you want, really, because you have the First Amendment right to think I'm an asshole. I live in the Phoenix metro area, so like the second freest state in the union, I guess, if there's such a thing now. I enjoy my gun rights. I enjoy being able to go into a gun store, buy a firearm, with the background check still, and being able to walk out with it loaded and holstered however I want. So that's nice with an extended magazine too. But for all you California guys, that's gotta suck. But
How many background checks have prevented gun shootings?
I'm sorry?
How many background checks have prevented gun shootings?
None that I know of.
It doesn't make a difference.
None.
They don't.
Absolutely none.
I'm pretty sure there was a
Are you
dumbass
kidding
who
me?
walked
Is
into
that
the store and
like
said,
no gun registration has ever prevented gun shootings, man.
So I see background checks as pointless.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I used to, when I'd buy a brand new gun for the longest time, I would go to the gun store. But more and more, I'm finding different ways of, finding places online locally, like Craigslist, but it's for guns like Backpage.com and Armslist.com and shit. Even the local newspaper, and you can find a lot of stuff. Even yard sales, they have firearms at yard sales all the time around here. So those, you can buy it legally without having to do any check, and you can carry it right then and there. You don't have to worry about having that gun on your approved carry list or any of that shit. So that's kind of nice, but that's just my own.
I didn't know they had guns on back pages. I thought that was just for like escorts.
All right, so QC Hemp, you said something about Mexico having a Second Amendment. What's up with that?
I heard some blurb about vigilantes in Mexico are just getting tired of cartels and corrupt government, and they're obtaining firearms and trying to establish their right of Second Amendment in Mexico. So more power to them if they can make something happen. But where are all those guns coming from? A holder, maybe? I don't know.
No,
Yeah, I mean, if you want a fully automatic machine gun, you either need to be a bad guy in Mexico or a bad guy, in a Muslim terroristic country. That's where we were sending them to. Sorry, I was interrupting somebody.
Could there be a
the good people of Mexico are they're starting to smarten up.
No, I've been following this for quite a while. It's been a year-long story where the families. I've gone down there. I mean, the families are families. They protect each other, and they're sick of it. And all they have is just bolt-action hunting rifles and stuff like that. And they decided on their own to take it up on their own to bring these people to justice. And then the government did step in, maybe 5 months ago, and they were telling them to put down their weapons, but then they granted them, status to be able to do that, whatever. So a lot is changing, and the people in Mexico, they really fear the army, not the police. I know the Americans always have the story of the police, and it is corrupt. I mean, and the police, man. When I was down there, any store, they got a policeman in the store with a huge ass freaking, shotgun or 9mm. Machine guns, all that kind of,
the tourist areas.
Well, no, like the Mexican tourist areas, because there's the difference. There's a big difference. There's the American tourist areas, and there's the Mexican tourist areas. And I was in the Mexican tourist areas where it's just Mexicans, and I was always watched out for by my family. And we went to Walmart there. And there's a cop with an AR, and I'm like, holy shit, at Walmart, guarding the store, And I've got photos of him. I've partied with the police, okay? They're just I don't know, it's I met good people all the way through. When I thought, with all the news of all the bad stuff going on, I was so scared to go there. And I went there, and so many of even the police were nice to me.
They gotta guard their revenue. They gotta guard the revenue.
Exactly. Yeah. And
well, I want to do another chat room shout out. I'm sorry to interrupt. Great topic, by the way. Trace HD1. she's talking, I think it's she because that's the picture of a girl, is talking about how Holder is giving them guns at a good price, taking ours and selling them to Mexico. Well, you know, we can't have weapons of war on the street. We can give them to everybody else, but on America's street, we shouldn't have them. She also brings up something I haven't heard about, and that is that Biden, the Vice President of the United States, his son is running the Ukraine's gas field. So, interesting. She even gave a link.
Yeah.
Gas fields? What do they need gas fields for?
Joel's Quantum Heart Logic is still out there. Multi-Hungry Eyes is out there. PNAS Cars, I think it's PNAS Cars is out there. Joel's Quantum Heart Logic, Truth Seeker, Mr. X-Man Rules, and Caregiver 7751, One Mighty 3. Ford Rocks, you're in here now, so I'm all caught up. So go ahead and continue with the great conversation.
Well, you know, we just kind of skimmed over that. I mean, really? So you got Harry Reid's son brokering a deal for solar stuff. You got Biden's son, and now it turns out he's chairman of the board of natural gas, which is the only thing that frickin' the Ukraine has. I mean, it's so blatant. You know, insider trading.
It's in our face. It's in our face.
Yeah.
Well, she had put a link out in the external. I'm going to put it here in the internal so that you guys can...
Hey, Rebel.
Yes.
Do you remember, who is that guy that ran for...
It's all about the money.
Who is that guy that ran for president last time? He was a Republican. He didn't win.
Gore.
No, not Gore.
Romney?
Romney. Now, okay, I watched a whole documentary on Romney, and he's actually tied with the Mormons, like the Bundy. Bundys are Mormons, okay? And the Romney family has a big outpost in Mexico, okay? And they are fighting the drug lords, too. They have sniper booths, all this kind of shit. And they're helping out. They even have their own security patrol teams and stuff that go out. And it all just comes back to, you know, all of that. And that's all I got to say.
Well,
they're legalized gangbangers, is what they are.
Jesse Ventura lives in Mexico as well, and
we brought this up a little bit ago. It's the lawmakers writing laws that benefit them and writing other laws that infringe upon us that they don't have to be a part of. They don't have to be a part of Obamacare. Any Second Amendment any Second Amendment stuff they go after, they don't have to abide by. Everybody there in their family gets to have whatever they want. You know, they're writing the laws to benefit them more than us, and then they go after us if we break one of their laws that they wrote, and guess who the judge is? Them. So they get to determine if we're breaking one of their so-called laws.
Okay, now that was like a shotgun shot out into the sky. Going back to Mario on the Branch Davidians, I talked about the Bush Ranch being nearby. The other thing is the Grateful Dead was at the peak right then, like in 93, 94, right when the whole thing was happening. And the images, they destroyed all the cars in front of the ranch and left the VW bus with the American flag tattered. And it was the end of the Grateful Dead, too, because Jerry died right after the Waco people died. And it's just like a big, that's the tie-in that you might not even know. And yes, the Davidians were buying guns and selling them because it's the only way they had to make money. They weren't there to set them up and have a war.
Quick question, Deadhead Singer died in 94?
Jerry Garcia. Look up Jerry Garcia. He died right after the last tour in 94, 95.
Wow.
I'll throw this out. I know I was working.
Because what we were doing, because I was part of that, we were taking over cities. When the Grateful Dead came to your city, you would be taken over by 200,000 people.
Yeah, we just thought they were hippies, man. We just thought they were hippies.
We were a nation.
Deadheads.
Yeah, and it was crazy. It was totally crazy.
I'll tell you straight up. This is what they told us over here in the Northeast. They told us that was it David Koresh? David Koresh was a child molester.
No, that's bullshit. I've looked into all of it. I've studied all of the documentaries. There were some really good documentaries. In fact, there was a PBS documentary that was 2 hours long or something about these guys that had a heat-seeking kind of thing, and they saw that there were snipers at the back of the building. When the people were trying to escape, they were being shot down as they were coming out, so they had to stay in the area and get burned alive.
Yeah, they were dropped out of an APC.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Can I throw something? Then I'll.
Okay, I'm done.
I was working in the shipping department when that situation went on with Waco, and the driver showed up, and he told me that their original tip to the Davidians situation there at that Waco situation, their product was being delivered. A package was being delivered, and I take pride in a shipping clerk at the time myself. I'm stating because I can package a product and ship it. The reason this driver told me, and it was where he was working for the company that shipped the products, they were receiving grenades in a box, and the person that sent them didn't tape them up well enough, and when the driver got to the door, the tape broke and the product fell out. And his advice to me that day was, don't ever fail on making sure that you've got a shipping package secured enough. And that company is still the safest way to ship as far as
Well, I don't understand what you're really talking about.
Well, the reason they got the tip, that nobody would have been on them at all if a product wouldn't fell out the box at the time of signature on delivery.
No, the first shots fired were into the doors.
I'm talking about where the tip came from.
He's talking about how everything rolled along into the process of them being investigated.
Was David Koresh a child molester?
No, do you want to be one? We could make you one. Like MSN could do that if they wanted to. We can make a story for you. Okay.
I'm looking it up right now. There's one of them that says when he was 22, he had an affair with a 15-year-old, but after that it says unreliable source.
Child molester.
It says unreliable source, so I haven't really got it yet.
But that's... I'm not defending the guy. I'm just saying that this all went down at the same time. It's kind of like the Bundy Ranch thing. Okay? It's like making an example.
No, it's nothing like the Bundy Ranch, because the Bundy wasn't a child. Well, supposed like Bundy wasn't a.
Okay, well I don't know then. I know nothing.
You want my take on it?
Please.
If you just look at Waco, right? The freaking guy had a job in town. He went into town every day. He went on a run every day. If they had a warrant for illegal weapons or suspicion of child molester or something like that, they could have easily done a felony stop on Koresh at any friggin' time. What that was a message, because the militias were getting big at the time, and it was a message that you guys are not going to be self-sufficient. You're not going to be a community. You're not going to be able to do those types of things. That's the same. That's the same thing with Ruby Ridge. It's the same thing with the Bundys.
Oh man!
Right. Hey, Mario, look up George Bush Jr.'s ranch on Google. Look at the property. It's right next door.
I believe you.
Do you understand what I'm talking about here? And then they also made an example. I remember looking at the front paper when I got into town here. I landed here in '94, and that shit was going on. I picked up the front paper of this town, and I saw a big building that was being burned. I was in the woods. I was living in the mountains for 2 years. I come back to society. I see a picture on the front paper where I landed because I found a girlfriend here, and it had a VW bus with a pole with a flag on it, and this place burning down. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on here?
And Janet Reno, that's what the fuck's wrong. Janet Reno, she took Terry Schiavo, which was a chick down here in Florida. She's the one that had Terry Schiavo taken off of life support. Her and Bush.
And then, so correct, Mario, I'm sorry, abusing children. Okay, Koresh. Say Koresh was abusing children.
Then then you can go after him.
Right, but you look at the photos of what the government did to the children.
Oh, it was horrible. They
So
could
what's better?
They could have handled it a lot better. Like they could have. They could have handled it a lot better. Yes, they could have handled it a lot better. They didn't have to
gas them first and then torch them. They're all contorted
that was
bodies.
wrong. That was completely wrong. I agree with you 100%.
That's freaking sick.
But the dude was a child molester.
Well, that's hearsay because he never got a day in court, and he was never judged by 12 of his peers. So.
Oh, and if you ask anybody who was in that compound that's still alive, they will tell you he wasn't.
Yeah, they'll 100% disagree with you. I look at it as like, just like I believe Rebel Solution said, there was many other ways they could have taken care of this guy. This was obviously before my time. That was what, 94?
They should have handled it a lot better. Yeah, they should have arrested his ass. Right on the spot.
They should have handled it a lot better. No, they handled it quite well. Okay,
that goes back to the cell phones. If there were more than just the news media covering this, it wouldn't have went down like it did.
No.
If they had the evidence that he was, if they had suspiciable cause or whatever the hell they call it, that he was a child molester, they should have, when he was out of his compound, they should have arrested him on the spot and been like, listen, boom, you're gone. But they didn't do that. They didn't arrest him right on the spot. They should have arrested
No, they made an example.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad.
The thing is,
they
went ahead and they murdered men, women, and children in there, and they weren't prosecuted. So when we talk about what should have happened, if they were going to go after this guy because he was a child molester or whatever, because he was wrong supposedly.
They should have arrested him on the spot.
They should have went after
been like,
them.
Go.
I'm living in the woods doing that.
Everything they did was hey, you guys out there, don't try this, or this will happen to you. That's exactly what it was. It was a message.
They make public example of people, just like Christopher Dorner.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Refresh my mind. Who's
That's
Dorner?
exactly what they were doing.
Dorner is the ex-LAPD officer who started shooting other cops and stuff.
Yeah, and they did that. They did the same. They were trying to do the same thing to Bundy. And they could have put a lien on his property. He's like, what, like 60, 70, 80 years old?
Yeah,
if they put a lien on his property, then as soon as he passes away or tries to sell his farm, they can get all their back taxes or their back raising fees or whatever they want to claim that they are owed, and they can get it that way. They didn't do that. Why? Because once again, they thought they should make an example out of somebody. That's the only reason you take snipers to point at unarmed protesters.
Well, here's the other part of that. Not only could they have waited and done that, but they wouldn't even have had to wait very long because as a rancher, he would have taken those cattle to auction at some point. Then they could have put a friggin' a lien against his cattle when he sold them, so they could have gotten paid a lot quicker. But remember, it wasn't about the grazing fees; it was about the desert tortoise.
The grateful desert tortoise.
Well, the desert tortoise actually, the cattle actually helped the desert tortoise.
Absolutely. There was no desert tortoise out there until the settlers came in and made the habitat with water and took the brush down with the grazing. I mean, it's all ridiculous. But when somebody mentioned Dorner, now here's a guy who's a veteran, right? His trouble started because he was a whistleblower in the department. L.A. Has horrible track record for police brutality and police corruption. So here's a guy who is a stand-up guy, and he went and he turned in one of his own, and that was the beginning of the end. And who knows what he did or didn't do, because they burned him alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
They burned the Branch Davidians alive. And the burning of some...
Yeah, you're definitely right about that.
The burning of people alive is not,
kosher. It's not kosher.
Well, it's not,
Absolutely.
It doesn't get by me the significance of burning people alive.
That's why when they were trying to blame the Branch Davidians for the fire, remember that?
What if David Koresh was a psycho? What if he was a psycho?
Dude, the news was
burned down their own. And no, if they wanted to kill themselves, they would have shot themselves with all them illegal weapons they had. They obviously didn't do that. And if you go back and you look at the footage, you can see the flame coming out of the end of the tanks.
Oh, absolutely.
Mario.
I'm not stupid.
Mario, they did go in and they put these certain kind of tear gas kind of things that were actually flammable into both sides of the building, and then the people went down and they were trying to get out through the back, and I've got video of people shooting from the back that were crawling on their belly as snipers, shooting anybody coming out the back. Okay, yep. They weren't saving those fucking children. They were killing them all.
See, the thing I look at it as is the way the media is, you can put up one side of the story and tell the people what to believe, or you can have both sides of the story and allow the people to think for themselves. So if you kill people like Christopher Dorner and you put out exactly what you want, they only believe what you're telling them because there's no second side of the story. That's the reason why.
I remember that night that Dorner got whatever they did to him. I was in a hotel, my wife was at home, and I was on the phone with her, and I said, you got to turn the news on because they've caught this, I don't know if he was a sheriff or just a police officer, but I said they've got him bunkered down in this cabin. I said, you got to turn the news on and watch this, and I know the news media is going to be lying about it. So as it was going down, they said news media can't cover any of this anymore. So there was only one camera miles away on some other mountaintop, and they said they just shot a tear gas into the shack. And I told my wife, I said, look at this shit. This is not a tear gas. This is fire. Mm-hmm. This is in no way it was not a blast charge. It wasn't a flashbang. It wasn't a smoke grenade. They lit the place on fire, and yet the news media said, okay, they just threw in a tear gas. He should be coming out any minute.
Smoke him out.
There's police recordings.
They burned them down.
That they're saying let's catch it on fire. Are you guys ready for it to burn? And then you can hear someone say, okay, catch it on fire. Let's burn it.
Yeah, let's burn it. Let's burn it down.
Yeah, let's burn it.
I remember that one.
Yep, I was listening to it live. That's literally about an hour away from where I live. I'm a hop and a skip from exactly where he was burned out. I grew up going up there and fishing and camping in Crestline or Big Bear. That's where it happened. And when that happened, I realized he did shoot and kill 2 cops, and one of them was in Riverside, which had nothing to do with L.A. Riverside and L.A. are completely different counties out here in California. And when he shot that cop, I realized it made an uproar. And
he shot a cop?
They have to, I guess, make an example. If you're going to kill one of us, we're not going to give you your 12. We're going to burn you alive.
It was probably because of some extortion thing.
Dude, you shoot a cop, man. That's just gonna make him.
Well, no, when you are a cop and you're in the ring way up, there could be things that hinge pinning your existence and your lifestyle. So maybe he just, like, you know, something was against him and he freaked out, did it, and then he wanted to expose it. In this manifesto that he wrote, it doesn't, I don't know the guy.
Well, there's another important fact of the Dorner case that we have to bring up if we're going to talk about it. And that's the fact that the police were so hot and heavy to kill this guy, they shot at any truck, any color, any occupants. They shot up a truck of two elderly Mexican ladies.
Yeah, those two poor
wrong
women
model
that
of truck,
killed.
wrong color of truck. They emptied clip after clip into this truck. There's bullets going into houses. I mean,
over 100 rounds into that truck.
Yeah,
It's like, what kind of information was he getting away with? You know.
And then there was another shooting just recently where a guy shot a cop. It's on the Liberty and Firearms Social Club.
Yeah, somebody just brought that up in the chat.
Shot a cop?
Shot a cop.
That's the last thing you do is shoot a cop, because that's just gonna bring all the law enforcement, and they're just gonna. It's just gonna be a wave. It's just gonna be a tidal wave.
I don't
of cops
care. I don't
coming after
care.
you.
I don't care if a cop gets shot. You still deserve a trial. You still deserve to be treated with the law and with justice. And this guy, I don't know what the circumstances were for shooting a cop.
You bring in that man and you try him.
But he wrecked his car, and he was.
Dude, if he shot one cop, that means he's gonna shoot two cops. That means he's gonna shoot three
Well,
cops.
if you let me finish, I'm pretty sure that he crashed. He had another gentleman in the car, and the police had him surrounded. He was pinned in from the crash, and they just opened up on the car. You know.
Is that the one in Miami?
I think so.
Cops are not above the law. They are not the law. They are another individual there to uphold the law, but they are not or above it themselves. One person in the chat, I think it's Tracy HD, brought up back here. Let me see if I can find it. Crap. There was somebody who called a cop. There was a cop called to a domestic disturbance. He apparently shot the cop, and they blew up his house. Now, let me just, I don't know the story on that one. Okay, let me bring up another story. A cop comes to this guy's house. The guy called the cops. The guy's like, "Cops, please come. My house just got robbed, and they took all my guns." The cop comes to the door. There's a dog laying in his truck. Okay, the owner, the guy who called the cops, his dog is laying in the truck, and he starts growling. Now, the dog's pretty old, not a violent breed, quote unquote, and the cop shoots the dog.
Right.
The guy is so much in grieving. It's like, "Why did you shoot my dog? Why did you shoot my dog?" He's like, "Sorry." Okay? The dog did not get shot in the front of the head. The dog got shot in the side, which means the dog was not even facing the police officer when he did that. The dog's laying there dying. The guy has no guns because obviously he just got robbed, and he's asking the police officer, "Can you please put my dog out of its misery?" Cop says no. Okay? So the guy has to kill his own dog by drowning it. The police officer brings in extra cops, and then they start going after this guy because he's upset. Wonder why he's upset with this cop. And the next cop's threatening to taser his ass, and I don't recall if they actually tasered him or not, because he was being belligerent because the cop just shot his dog. If a cop comes and shoots my dog, that's part of my family. The cop will die. Now, whatever happens to me after that, happens to me after that. But to say a cop don't deserve to die sometimes is bullshit. There's a lot of cops that deserve to die.
Cops deserve to die just like anybody else deserves to die. Just because they have a badge doesn't mean, oh, we don't shoot them. We don't shoot people just for any reason. When you pose a clear and violent threat to me or the people in my family or the people I'm guarding, then you go down. That's simple as that.
The only time I'm going to shoot a cop, is if he points a gun at me.
Okay, what if you point a gun at your wife or your mom or your child?
No, the police are there to protect us, and that's why we pay them. They're not
But
there
if
to
a
be
gun,
like.
if a
They're
cop
not
is
there.
pointing a gun
They're
at
They're
me,
supposed to be there to protect us, but that doesn't
Well,
mean there can't be a cop that
well,
messes
no,
up.
you got to understand. We are the ones that pay them with our taxes to say, you do what we tell you to do. The people tell them what to do. They're just public servants.
I don't give a fuck, man. If
they're
an
going to come in and shoot your
individual
dog,
pointing a
there's a
gun
big
at me,
problem right there.
I'm smoking his ass. I don't give a fuck if it's a cop. I don't give a fuck if it's an ordinary citizen. I don't give a fuck if it's you. If you point a gun at me, I'm smoking, and I got a gun. I'm smoking your ass, cause.
Well, they got a law in that in Indiana now that you can do that if you want.
You know, there's actually
That's wrong. That's wrong.
cases on the book that prove police are there not to protect you. That they don't have any right to protect you. You're supposed to protect yourself. And that's
that's the other case. That is the other case, and I'll be quiet.
And then when we were talking about burning people, you know, we always hear, oh, this person got burned down in the house like Christopher Durner. But how are we supposed to know that was him? You know, they could have just said, oh, we burned him. There's no remains. Oh, they did the dental records. But that's all hearsay. If you can't show me his personal body burning, I'm not to believe you. There's no reason for me to believe you. For all we know, he's in some kind of dungeon getting tortured to this day.
Especially when there's so many lies that we catch them in. Once a liar, always a liar, and now I don't trust them for shit.
Well, that's, you know, I believe we have these laws in place. A lot of people don't realize when you talk, you shouldn't be talking to a cop for any reason. You know,
Hell
if he's
no.
talking to you, he's investigating you. So immediately you should stop talking to him. You know, I don't have conversations with random police due to the fact of that if he's talking to me, he came to find me. Well, what are you trying to investigate me for? I shouldn't.
You know what needs to happen is like what happened here in our little town. It's like people were getting pulled over for bullshit stuff, and everyone got mad. Okay? Everyone got mad and was like, no, this is not going to happen anymore. And everything's changed for at least the last 10 years for our little town. When you live in a city, I mean, it's a much bigger ball game, and you got to get a lot more people together to say, fuck you, or not fuck you, but no, this has got to stop. You guys aren't, you have to use your local voting and public opinion to change stuff and say no.
I don't know if a motherfucker is pointing a gun at me, I'm shooting that motherfucker.
That's a big different ball game. I'm talking about, you know, just like the stupid shit. You know, like getting pulled over for not putting your blinker on.
Yeah, you get pulled over. The cop ain't pulling a gun on you if you. They ain't pulling a gun on you when you do a traffic violation.
It
They ain't
depends
pulling
on where
a gun
you
on
at.
Is that
Hold
really
on
a
now.
traffic violation?
It depends on where you at. Because I've seen it done.
I have had a gun pulled on me in a traffic stop.
Oh, yeah.
What?
I've trained with
sir.
LAPD, Metro Division, SWAT, and regular law enforcement for Metro. And shit, they tell you better safe than sorry. That's just how they go about it. They just automatically are taught when you do a traffic stop, at least your hand should be on your firearm.
I live in a different part of the country, man. Because if
Oh
there's
yeah,
a traffic
I'm talking
stop,
real urban area. You know, I'm in SoCal. You know.
because I've gotten pulled over many a times and they didn't fucking draw their guns on me. They didn't draw their guns on me and be like,
Well, the issue here.
Well, brother, how about this? If you put on some face paint and make yourself a little bit darker, come down to where I live.
Alright, you're talking about situ. I don't.
There's a dude brown face.
No, I'm just saying. He said that usually cops don't do it. It goes on where you're at. I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in Southern California, and cops, if they pull you over, their hand will minimum be on their weapon at all times. And I've seen a few cases where I've seen cops pull up to homeless people, and they immediately draw their weapon. And I don't know if that guy's panhandling. I don't see a reason for them to draw But
Well,
I
that's
believe
that's
it's
normal. That's normal.
With PD, they're taught that to always, be precautious. So they always get told that if
You
they're
would.
homeless, they're on drugs or something. That's
Well,
what they get
I did.
told.
I live in. To be honest, straight up honest with you, I live in a different part of. I live in a totally different part of the country, man. Because when the cops pull me over, they don't draw guns. They don't hold their gun. They don't do nothing like that. They don't do nothing like that. They're just like, you were going 45 and a 35, and I'm about to issue a ticket. And I'm just like, all right, give me the ticket. I'm out of here. you know.
Yeah, but those
That's
things,
just
those
that's just the honest
this
truth.
insanity. But I mean, like 10 miles over the speed limit. I mean, we were getting busted for like 2 miles over the speed limit. The local people. And that was not good. And we got all pissed off. And then now they, it's all everyone that comes into town, like the tourists and stuff. But
Stu,
yeah.
how about this? Now, say you're driving on Interstate 10, and you're nowhere near the border of the U.S. on the west, on the southeastern. We know we got a border on the southeast. You're on I-10, and you're 50 to 100 miles from the border, and they have a border checkpoint. And I'm just giving you a scenario, and you pull in.
Yeah.
And it's claimed or it's deemed a border checkpoint.
Mm-hmm.
I'm giving you a scenario from my position.
Checkpoints.
I'm clear. I've made a resolution. I don't surrender my driver license anymore unless I'm on my job.
Oh, well, you know what, Ron?
No. I'm just giving a scenario. If you are 50 to 100 miles from a border and they have a border checkpoint, that's already one flag for me, right?
Yeah, well, Ron, the only thing I have to do is show them my ID, and then I'm gone.
Well, see, Ron, giving them your ID is giving them back their own trash.
No, I've been through many checkpoints.
You guys have checkpoints?
Yeah.
We ain't got no checkpoints over here.
No, even back when I was 16, like 20, maybe 30 years ago. Yeah, we had checkpoints like that, but now it's just like, oh
I'm
yeah.
25 miles from a checkpoint. Daily, it's always there.
No, I just got to show them my ID. I'm gone.
Well, see, and then that how we talk about cops with that blue wall. Because I was an EMT, all I had to do was whip out my EMT card, and I was straight through. It didn't matter what.
We don't like here in New England. We don't got no checkpoints. We don't got none of that shit.
What's your like population size?
Well, I live in Rhode Island. And
Like suburbs or what? Rural suburbs or urban?
Like I live in the suburb. Well, I live in the suburb, but Providence is the main. Like Providence is the main city, and yeah, we don't have any checkpoints, man. They don't do checkpoints in Rhode Island.
We do they call them sobriety checkpoints out here. They pretty much ask you, have you been drinking?
We don't even have sobriety.
So,
we don't have
they
none
do
of
it
that
on
shit.
holidays a lot. Really on holidays at night.
We ain't got none of that shit here in Rhode Island.
Well, see, Rhode Island must be a non-communist state. Out here in California,
Man, Rhode Island is the biggest communist state in the union, bro.
Last time I checked, Feinstein worked for us.
Well, see, the thing about that is California's the way it is because a lot of times Californians have been known to fight back when they do all these pullovers and stuff like that, traffic stops. They don't always.
You know that I've done that. Everyone I know is perfectly fine with them.
Oh no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them. I'm saying that they have come to a lot of violence in their traffic stops, especially in the more urban areas, and that's one of their reasons for justifying it.
Now Nope, not over here. Not over here in New England. In New England, I've driven in Massachusetts. I've driven in Vermont. I've driven in New Hampshire. I've driven in Maine.
I don't take my own.
Connecticut.
I don't take my own car out of state.
You gotta come on this side of the Rockies and see what it's like over here.
Yeah, like out here, California is the #1 in prisons. We spend more than anybody else on our prisons and stuff, but I think we're like 41st in education. But we have the biggest population there.
Yeah, you got California is like what, the second largest state in the union, and you got little tiny,
It's like
You got Alaska and
tiny
Texas.
Rhode Island.
California.
You got little tiny Rhode Island, and Rhode Island, it's like we ain't got none of that checkpoint. We don't have checkpoints in Rhode Island.
Well, that's also, usually a lot of the more police brutality goes on in more populated areas. The bigger your population is, the bigger the police force.
And the reason being, Warrior, the reason being is because people don't talk to each other in the big population areas. They're just walking by each other on the sidewalk. They're not like saying, hi, I know you. It's the community.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go to the community again.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is down here, I'm not allowed to have a cellular phone in my vehicle on, so I don't drive with a cellular phone anymore because I've already been radared for it, and they opened it up and saw when my last call was made down here in Florida State on the highway system.
How did they open it?
WM, after they radared me for it, they just opened it up, turned it on, and it didn't have. It was already on, but they turned it on and saw when my last call was made.
You didn't have a password on it?
Not when they opened it. No.
Oh, okay.
Did they ask you before they did all this, Ronnie? Did they ask you?
No, I have to surrender in this situation. I'm on the job. I have to surrender.
Is that for your Class A?
And more.
Commercial
Yes.
license?
Yeah, just say commercial.
Yeah, there's a lot of different laws when you're a commercial driver.
But it carries over in my civilian life too, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. When we were on the ambulance, we used cell phones. That was our means of
They've
communication.
got the radar now to tell them if I'm even on it or if it's on in my vehicle.
Yeah, we've got cell phone detection devices in our, here we go, trains, engines, and any time that it detects any cell service, even if your phone's accidentally turned on and you get a text that comes in, it has nothing to do with the company I work for. That is a federal fine.
Stupid fucking laws, man. All these stupid ass fucking
What I'm
laws.
saying to that is,
You're right, G.
Rand P, I appreciate you on that. Here's my other fault to that. I feel where a lot of these younger folks and people that I know also in this panel, here's the gist of it, Randy. You and I and maybe a few others that here that drive and have a safety secure position, we already feel the pain. But the other thing is these guys say they're on medicinal medicine that they enjoy or they need. Some people smoke cigarettes, and since we're live, I'll leave it at that. Some medicines have to do with smoke out west, okay? Me, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not allowed to have that medicine down here yet. But even if I did, I'm not allowed to have medicine in my vehicle. Where I feel these guys' pains in the younger set and the armament stand your ground folks, as far as constitutions and stuff.
Get out of Florida.
I don't feel this is your situation. I don't feel you should have to choose between medicine and your ownership rights. It's coming down to that now, where you've got to decide, am I going to have medicine today or am I going to be able to fucking stand? Okay?
Right.
That shouldn't be an issue, man. With me, I've regained my arms, and I'm not on medicine, but I'm not even allowed to have a legal prescription, and it doesn't have to do with anything with the drug test. Some people here don't know where a 49 CFR law is. The drug testing came into effect because somebody got high on a job many years ago. Okay?
No, and
That doesn't have anything to do anymore.
no, it's enforced by the insurance companies.
No, it got started because somebody got high on the job, Stu. I know.
Yeah, the insurance has got to pay for that shit.
It's
The
called a
insurance
49
companies started that.
CFR. Okay?
It was a way to make more money.
Tested on a job.
It's a way to get rid of you. It's a way to make more money and take away your rights.
But listen, man, I can't have antibiotics in my vehicle either on the job or off because of my license. So I don't surrender it anymore.
You got to move up here with us truckers.
Dude,
No,
it's ID. I can't. I'm not going to give up my ID anymore.
We got I have 5 trucker friends. They've been in and out of the business plenty of times.
The thing is, why I was mentioning about the checkpoints and all that, that's all fine and dandy. But if you're legal, even if you're legal, they want to give you a hard time. And see, I can't do it. Even if I was legal, I'm not allowed to because of the federal thing.
And that's why my buddy keeps quitting. Like he's worked for like 4 different trucking companies in the last 10 years, and they're running him so hard beyond the safety limits, and he gets pissed. He gets pissed off.
You know how much
He's
my
like,
last
"Fuck
ticket
you."
was? Stu, my ticket was $1,470 in October. And you know what that was for? Because they couldn't do nothing. They took me 2.5 hours off the road. They piss tested me on the side of the road. They fined me $1,470 for I was a 1/16 of an inch off of my tire depth.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's a personal fine, or is it a company fine?
It's personal. It doesn't relate to it doesn't relate to companies no more. Double C.
Yeah, that's why they get pissed off
That's amazing.
because it's like, oh, you.
Because when I
That's
hop
not
in,
even right, because that's company equipment.
Yeah, exactly. That should be
I
in the
understand,
company.
Randy. I understand that, but that's how they hit you down here now.
It's like you're running me.
They're fucking broke. They got nothing to do but hit us, man.
They did the same thing with us on the ambulance. It's company equipment, but as a driver, or you're supposed to be checked
Right, you're supposed to do
before
your
you go
stuff.
out. And
Right.
if the equipment isn't up to par, it's a safety hazard that you're therefore knowingly going out like that. You're
That's
supposed
right.
to refuse to operate. Basically, is what you're supposed to do in that situation.
Thank you. Yeah, you are supposed to turn it down. And then you're at a catch. But here's what's going on, guys. They're fucking broke. They're gonna dig up anything they can. Besides, man, I still got a heartfelt thing for you guys that are in the legal, legitimate thing. And here's the deal: you got your medicine, and you know where I stand with that. I already mentioned it, and I know we're live, so I don't.
Yeah.
You got your medicine, but now they're telling you that if you do that, you can't do the other. Now that's just outrage, man.
No, that's how they're doing it. Yeah. That's how they get you by the balls.
You know, I don't know if they're enforcing that, though, because I have a friend who has his medical card out here in California, and he still purchases firearms, and he hasn't had a problem yet.
I've just heard it. I'm not aware of it because I'm not in those states, so I don't
But
know.
all that thing is cycling through the system, and it hasn't gotten there yet.
Yeah, no, I figure that, but that's
Chris?
Go ahead, sorry about that.
Chris, did you say that they bought firearms while having a marijuana card?
Absolutely, yeah. I know a guy who has his medical marijuana card out here in California. He's had it for about 2.5 years now, and he's purchased probably 7 firearms.
Well,
But does he have to do the next
Oh
check,
man,
right?
that's the Fed. The Feds are gonna be all over him, man.
There is
The Feds are
a
gonna be all over him.
On our questionnaire, it asks-
Mario.
But I mean, I don't see
They're
the
gonna be
problem
all
with
over
it.
him.
You know, I've grown up in South Central.
Marijuana is still illegal in the federal court, man.
No, I realize that. Like I said, on the questionnaire, it says if you use it illegally, and if he illegally has a card, then he's using it legally.
No,
so
it doesn't
It's
say
legal
that.
in the state, man. It's not legal. Marijuana is not legal in the federal law.
I realize that. I know the law on that as well. But on the question,
Chris?
ask if you're using it legally or illegally.
Is that on the California Knicks?
That's on the California Knicks.
It doesn't
No,
matter
it-
what
it-
the
it's
fuck
all-
California
the Knicks-
thinks.
The Knicks is all the same. Okay,
Yeah,
and
man,
I've read
no.
it clearly. It says
Well-
if you use, you shouldn't have.
If you're looking at the law, you have to look at it as, is that law constitutional? Because any unconstitutional law isn't law.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, it says on there whether or not you use it illegally. It doesn't say.
It doesn't say that. It says, are you under the, or do you use prescription medicine or marijuana?
What's the form number for California on that? Does
You know,
anyone
I couldn't tell you. I haven't purchased a firearm in.
It doesn't matter what California law is. In the federal law,
just for a quick,
marijuana is illegal.
No, I
But is
have
that- is
copy.
that
I have
federal law constitutional, and should that law be upheld is the thing, or is that law unconstitutional?
Now, Warrior's getting to the point.
God made weed, man made beer, and God we trust. You know?
Yeah, in
It's a fucking plant! It's a plant! It's like saying, no, you can't have banana pills anymore. You can't smoke them because they do something. No, it's fucking God made it. Okay, I can understand if it's man-made and you have to process it like meth or something. I can almost understand that. But it's a fucking weed that grows naturally.
Yeah, Stinger, you know, my whole life I've been fighting about that.
And I mean, the thing is, if you want
processed,
to,
though.
yeah, you have to
Make a
process
process
it
to go through cocaine. You don't have to do anything to marijuana for it to have its effects.
And if you just chew the cocoa leaf, you get a buzz, but it ain't the same as if you snort coke.
Stinger,
if we're gonna be talking about the legality of marijuana, how Stinger said is naturally being. That's a natural plant. I mean, that's to say that they can ban human life, because human life came here and we naturally grow. We multiply. So if they can ban that, that's just on the same lines of banning humans in itself.
There's a process to make meth. There's a process.
Homeboy's got a point.
There's a process to make heroin. There's no process to make marijuana. It just grows.
It grows.
I don't use it. You know, I don't really care if people use it. It doesn't make a difference to me. I really don't even drink that much. I look at it as like, it's your body. It's a victimless crime as long as you're not going out and stealing things. And if you're going out and stealing things, there's already a law that says you shouldn't be stealing. So what's the point if you want to take cocaine or you want to do meth and destroy your own life? That's your
Same argument can be made about gun control. You know.
You know what I want to learn about? Stinger. Please tell me. Enlighten me. Can we really use banana peels to get high?
I'll smoke that shit tomorrow.
He would know.
I'll smoke that shit tomorrow.
Lie to him if you got him.
From a medical standpoint, yeah.
The war on drugs is a farce. I mean, the only reason marijuana became a class 1 narcotic is because DuPont realized that they couldn't patent nature, so they got their lobbyist buddies to classify it as a class 1 narcotic.
Absolutely, 100% agree.
You are so
Then
right
we had
about
a
that,
quite
brother.
funny, a quite great documentary called what was it? That one that's on Netflix now. It's back in the day.
That's why it's illegal.
Reefer Madness. Yeah, that's some propaganda bullshit.
Just like moonshine. That's why moonshine is illegal. It's the same exact fucking scenario.
No money to be made when somebody's not paying their taxes.
It's all about taxes, baby. It's all about taxes.
I don't believe moonshine
It's all about
illegal,
this.
is it?
It's all about
It's
the
not
money,
illegal to
baby.
drink. It's illegal to
money.
distill yourself.
Well, you can distribute it, but you have to charge tax, and you have to pay your taxes. There's a lot
don't know too much about the alcohol laws of doing stuff like that. I know in California it's illegal to have your own distill, and it's illegal to distill.
Does Budweiser? Does Budweiser pay taxes?
Oh yeah, they pay taxes.
Oh yeah.
No, it's legal now. Like it's sweeping the nation.
Yes.
It has been. You can make your still, and you can. Yeah.
You see, the thing
That
is,
show,
when it
that
comes
show
to
that's on TV called Moonshiners. I don't know if you guys watch it. I don't, but I know of
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That they are legally making moonshine. Now they portray it like they're running away from the rum runners, but in reality they're paying their taxes and they're able to distribute it. And there's a lot of other.
Actually, the price on it is very cheap.
The Hatfields and McCoys, they're coming out with their own moonshine now. And
As far as the license, it's very affordable to get
Listen,
that.
here's what it boils down to. Here's what it boils down to. People hate paying taxes. Just in general. No matter what kind of tax it is, people don't like paying taxes on things.
Right.
So of course there's gonna
paying taxes.
exactly. So
I like
of course
paying.
there's gonna be a black market. There's gonna be a black market. There's gonna be an underground market.
Right.
To where
There's been an underground
and the
market,
federal government is gonna go down and fucking hammer these people.
No, they are the black. They are the big.
It's the same thing with marijuana. It's the same thing with everything.
The politicians,
That's already been out, bro.
They are the big black
underground market.
the politicians don't have to pay taxes.
Yeah,
No.
and churches don't either.
And see, the thing with taxes is most people are okay with paying taxes, but what people aren't okay with is us paying taxes that they use on APCs to go out through our cities and round us up. We don't like paying taxes for them to enslave us, or try to rather.
I don't like us paying taxes when it goes to places like Egypt and fucking Afghanistan.
Well, what about?
Dude, I hate my taxes going out and bombing little fucking babies in the fucking middle of Iraq. That
Right.
fucking pisses me
You
the
want to
shit
fix
off.
my roads? I'm all for that. Fix my roads. But that's
Since the federal,
Dude, my taxpayer money is going right now. Our taxpayer money is going to Iraq. Well, not now,
Yeah.
but in the
Yeah,
past.
yeah.
It's
No,
going
it
out and
is.
bombing
It is,
little
dude.
babies.
It is.
We're getting sloppy. We're getting sloppy, fellas.
the two things that the federal government are supposed to do, and the reason they collect federal taxes, is secure the borders and handle foreign affairs, basically the military. And look how they do that. They don't secure the borders, and we're everywhere, policing everywhere. And
Rebel, that's because our border is Iraq. Our border is Ukraine. That's our
Hey
our
guys,
border.
come
That's
on,
our
wake
border.
up.
That's our border now.
You had Donald Rumsfeld 14 years ago.
It is part of our border.
Saying, "Oh, this is just going to
Mario,
be a
Mario,
little.
Mario.
This is going to be like a little meticulous war, and we're going to settle it in 1 year." And here we are, 14 years later, with a bunch of bullshit and debt. Okay, and the war machine keeps churning. Okay, I look back. Him selling the war to us, the American people. It's only going to take a year. We're going to go in with a strategic force. We're going to knock it out fast. It's been 14 years.
the military-industrial complex. They make more money in a day with war than they do a year without.
And they suck it all from us, and it's from other players that are making us work for them. We are slaves.
Just look at how many American bases are out there in the world, and you look at the bases, and that's our borders. That's our borders. We're protecting America's best interest. America's best interest is Ukraine falling into NATO. That is Iraq falling into the United States way of life. America, believe it or not, America is an imperial government. It's an imperial government. It's a government of the world. And it's going to keep spreading. It's like a virus. It's going to keep spreading. It's going to keep spreading. until a country pushes back. And what is that country right now that's pushing back? It's Russia. Russia is pushing back, and they're being like, whoa, wait a minute. You guys need to chill the fuck out. You guys need to chill the fuck out. Listen, man, Russia is Russia.
It's not Russia we need to worry about, Mario. It's China. I told you that.
Very true.
It's not fucking Russia. It's China.
China's laying low in the cut. China's laying low in the cut right now. They're laying low.
They always lay low.
Mouth shut and taking everything we have.
I'm telling you, China.
Yeah, but China is one thing that China doesn't have that the United States. There's no country in this world that China doesn't have.
All people.
They don't have the Navy. They don't have aircraft carriers. They don't have submarines. They don't have none of that shit.
They have nukes.
China just released one of their.
Oh, they got nukes.
And they have 3 more coming.
Yeah, there's a tons of countries that have nukes.
They also
United States ain't afraid of them. They're not afraid of them.
Shit. I mean, look at the helicopter that crashed over when they got Bin Laden. They went over there. They're reverse engineering our shit. They're the #1 thefts.
Whatever. Let them have it.
Let them have it.
Listen.
Okay. Well, there goes all our military.
We got weapons 20 times better than that shit.
See, the thing is, weapons are very nice. They have disposable men. They have 5 times the amount of manpower we do. Now, I don't know
more
how
people
short you are. I'm able to shoot.
We'll just blow those motherfuckers up. We'll just blow them up.
It's not that easy.
Mario, you gotta let people talk, bro.
They're gonna push the button.
What if that plane that they got was all fucked up, like technology, and they copied it? It's like it doesn't work,
I mean, I know they're.
Oh no, they got a plane.
I'm just saying, don't sleep on China, man. I'm just saying you can't sleep on a country that's smarter.
They got
The
a
Chinese
plane.
aren't smarter than the United
They
States.
got the Chinese.
They're not smart, but they're just.
The Chinese got one of our spy planes a couple years ago, and they dissected it and used the technology or whatever. I don't know.
We got technology way better than that.
But what if that was just a bullshit plane?
Dude, you don't even. I'm about to get real. I'm about to get real. It's like Star Trek shit right here. What if the United States has a plane that can cloak itself, where no radar, you can't even see that fucking plane coming at you and attacking you. You can't even see that motherfucker.
Yeah, they're called drones.
Yeah, they're called drones.
I want to touch on this topic a little bit because it's very easy to make shit invisible. A lot of people think, oh, you can't make a tank disappear. Yes, they fucking can. It's called fiber optics. It's like a TV screen, basically, and they have cameras integrated in the fiber optic. So they're taking a picture of one side and projecting it on the other side. So all you see, maybe, if you're lucky, is a blurry image of the other side. And that shit was back in the 90s.
And what if China and Russia want that technology? What if China and Russia want that shit? The United States is the only country that has it.
It'd be easier for them to do. We all know fiber optics and cameras. Shit, with the cell phones that are coming out of China, you don't think they can make shit invisible too? Yes, they can.
Yep.
Gentlemen, the only thing you got to remember is there's only one country that has used the atomic weapon on people. And that would be the USA.
Yep.
Everything else is null and void. The technologies that we have are 100 years past what we know about.
Exactly.
It's all a farce. They don't even fight with friggin' men anymore. It's turning into drones. It's turning into robots. It's turning into all different kinds of stuff.
Cyber war.
It's just a joke, and we're so heavily relied on technology. I mean, it's just a joke. There's always got to be a boogeyman. You know, oh, we got to worry about Russia. Oh, no, we got to worry about China. No, what we need to do is worry about our borders, and we need to worry about the people within the borders.
We got to worry about our community, because what's going on is like the structure they're setting up is that it's de-evolving our community and structure of knowing each other to where they're going to put robots in place of that.
Why is it that
your online communication thing? See, like today I was in Rite Aid. I usually buy my top tobacco. I roll my own smokes, and I was in Rite Aid, and you know she knows how old I am. You know, I look young, but she's like, "What's your birth date?" And I say my birth date, and you know, it's in, and then she's like, you know, we're gonna start carding everyone now on everything, and I wrote that in the comments, and I said, well, and she goes, I don't want you to get pissed off at me when I ask you for your ID every single time, and I said, as long as I don't have to swipe it through your machine, because it's got the strip on the back of my license. And she goes, no, that's the deal. You have to swipe it through. You have to swipe it through the machine. And I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm not coming back here if you're gonna do that to me. And that means it goes into the whole database that me, on my license, bought cigarettes at that store at this time on that date, and it goes into the whole catalog of the mass thing. You know, so the database of everything. That's where we're headed towards, and that's what they're getting us used to.
Oh, we're already there.
Oh, we are already there. Because everybody's like, your phone number, anything like that, you know. But they're tracking it's cool that we can, like, share data and all that. And we think it's awesome. You know, it's like, we're like, cool, you know, we can share this and this and this and this, you know, but they're collecting it also.
Yeah.
And they're collecting even more, and they're getting us used to it. And,
I'll be right
and
back.
I don't want to take over the chat or anything like that, but this is oh shit. All right, never mind. I won't even bring it up.
I'm just busting balls, man.
All right. So here's my personal experience. I came home from work, and I was like, what the fuck is that flying over my head? And all I saw was a helicopter. It was a helicopter flying over my head, and all I could see was the rotary, like the part of the plane that with the spinning shit, the top of the plane spinning. And I was like, what the fuck is that? I couldn't see no other plane. I couldn't see anything. All I saw was the propeller, or whatever the fuck they call it, on top of the helicopter flying. And I was like, alright, this shit's fucking fucked up. And I know you guys ain't gonna believe me in this shit, but I saw the shit flying, and I couldn't visualize any part of the helicopter. Like, what? 6 months later, the Navy SEALs went into fucking Pakistan. Now, Pakistan has some pretty sophisticated anti-radar, whatever the fuck missiles that can shoot a helicopter down. The Navy SEAL, and this is only if you believe in this shit, the helicopter flew into fucking the middle of Pakistan, found Osama bin Laden, were able to get him the fuck out of there, and fucking nobody knew that they were even fucking there. Now,
That
you
was-
don't think
That was a
Russia...
movie. That was a movie that didn't really happen.
yeah, and Osama was buried
Well,
at sea immediately. They dumped his
Well,
body
he
in
was
the deepest
burned.
part of the ocean. No, they
said he
don't.
burned him and then buried his remains.
Oh yeah, they did that,
That's-
so we
that's-
couldn't.
That goes back to the if I didn't see you burn him, you didn't burn him.
You gotta remember.
When we were
Eh.
talking about Russia and China, you guys are looking at it differently than me. I look at it as the
Now, the
enemy of
SEAL-
my enemy is my friend.
Now the
Say that
SEAL
again?
Team 6 that
I said the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We always talk about our government being so corrupt and trying to do martial law and all this stuff, and how patriots one day might have to stand up. Well, in 1776, they had France. You know, we might have Russia or China coming to the people's aid if we ever have a revolt. Now,
No.
will it get bad after? Possibly.
Nope. China's coming in. They're taking over the Great Lakes.
I hope you're right.
What?
Oh yeah,
What
because
did you
that's
say, Rebel?
if you look at it right here.
Whoa, what did Rebel just say?
He said he hopes I'm right.
That they'll come in and help us out. That they'll give us support. I believe that's
Even
what you hope you're right to, right, Rebel?
Yeah.
You wanna live in communist China?
Hey, the 13 colonies didn't live in France just because France came over here and helped them.
Yep, true.
We got to think about this. That Bundy Ranch, after that thing was going on for so long, what did they start worrying about? Drones. And what could they do about it? Not a damn thing. If the government wanted to, they could have dropped ordinance that would have just leveled that whole area.
You don't think Russia has drones?
Exactly, and they're going to go against the U.S. drones. So, you know, it's like a negative plus a positive. They're going to be so busy fighting each other. All that big stuff is going to get used up fighting the big boys.
But again, you know, we're worried about Russia, we're worried about China, we're worried about all this stuff. It's all a farce. Again, the United States of America is the only country that ever used an atomic weapon on another country. We are the big dogs. We will press the button.
Yeah.
Nobody else has ever done it in history, and we're not on the same playing field anymore. Everybody has nukes. There won't be an invasion or this or that or fucking drones. The drones are just to watch us. Okay? They're not to watch the border for real terrorists or, you know, immigration issues, none of that. Meanwhile, you have all these European countries that are banning GMOs, right? And they're looking at, you know, what's on their plate, what they can get in the supermarket. Meanwhile, here we are, and we're all worried about, you know, oh, Russia and this and that. Meanwhile, we're eating poison, we're drinking poison, we're breathing poison. It's just, this is where we are as a society. We're looking at things that may or may not be, but what's in front of us, what's in our cupboards and our refrigerators and our tap are killing us.
Exactly.
You're absolutely correct, Rebel. The only thing I always worry about is the Great Lakes being taken over for the water resources. That's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and I believe that water is the next oil. But think about this, you know, they have the technology to take salt water and turn it into fresh water. But nobody ever really talks about that. And now
they do, yeah. They do it all the time. And they turn that into hydrogen because the nuclear subs run on hydrogen power by using the ocean waters. Salt water is great for making hydrogen. And that's how they make their hydrogen cells. I've studied hydrogen technology for a long time.
But here's the thing. I mean, I don't know how Fukushima plays into, you know, that whole thing because, you know, you would think that we would be hearing about Fukushima on every news broadcast everywhere because it's an ongoing situation. You know? And especially you California guys, man, it's like, if anything, that's what I would be worried about. I mean, I'm already, you know, when it happened, you know, I stocked up on as much seafood as I could get, and I haven't eaten seafood since.
Hell no.
No, I'm not eating seafood.
I don't eat no seafood. Hell no. I don't touch that shit.
Well, that is a great point, Reb, and luckily I never was really a fan of seafood in the first place. But what I am a fan of is the Green Dragon, and it will be back on Thursday night as we have now reached our 4-hour limit. So I want to thank everybody for joining us, everybody who came into the panel, and of course, everybody out in the chat room. Mule Team hopefully will be back at the reins on Thursday night, so hopefully you won't have to listen to me for an hour before I invited everybody. And why don't you guys take a few minutes to shout out your channels or some other channels or whatever you want to shout out. But, yeah, let's wrap her up, and then we'll do an after chat for a little bit. Let's start with Chris. I'm going to start left to right on my screen, so we're going to start with Chris again.
I just want to thank you guys for allowing me to come, allowing me to put my input. It was nice meeting all of you gentlemen. I really, really appreciate it. I'm glad I can give a little bit of, more of a West Coast input on how things are out here. And I really don't have any, like I said, YouTube things, anything like that. I'm pretty new to this technology stuff, so that's all I have to say.
Hey, good to hear you, Chris, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're welcome. Welcome back anytime. Thursday night is our next scheduled chat, so if
Well, if
you're
there's
around,
room, count me in. I'd like to come in and join.
you'd be more than welcome, brother. Just Google Plus, if you have it, which obviously you must, go ahead and get on, join circles, right?
How do you do that? I don't know how to do that.
Reb, you know all about that.
Yeah, if you Stinger's in as the Green Dragon, so if you put your cursor over him, it'll say a profile, and you can click on that, and you can friend the Green Dragon right then and there.
Profile. Okay, it's loading.
And then if that doesn't work out for you, you can just go to the Green Dragon Tavern Chat community on the Google Plus communities, and you can join that. And we let anybody in here at least once.
All it takes to find out someone's crazy as hell, huh?
Nah, nobody's crazier than some of us, so don't worry about it. We just like conversation. It's great to get new people in, different perspectives. We can talk to people from all over the place, and it's just a good, it's a soapbox, is what it is.
Melting pot.
That too.
Next.
Well, I'm going to shout out somebody. Everybody go check out Sonoran Desert Prepper. Great YouTube guy. Great channel. Kick-ass family man. Funny as all get out. So everybody go check him out. Sonoran Desert Prepper. He's a good friend of the Dragon. And, hopefully we can get him in here again soon.
Those people need me as a troll. All good, everybody. If nobody understands me, that's fine.
Well, I don't know. I guess I'll be I'm Mario Martins from Rhode Island, and I'm just here to get some knowledge and spread some knowledge, and that's all I'm about.
Yeah, Mario, I was wondering, why the hell are you out here?
Well, like I said, I'm behind enemy lines, man. New England is all about grabbing people's guns, and they don't like guns over here in Rhode Island.
Yeah, New England.
And so I'm just don't get me wrong, man. I love guns. I love shooting, and it's there's gonna be a time where it's I'm not even gonna be able to do that shit anymore. And
No, I'm a New Yorker, and I got I totally understand.
And I'm just here to find like-minded individuals, man. I just wanna have an intelligent conversation, because I'm so bored with talking to people where it's just well, this, that, da, da, da. I'm listen, bro, you're wrong. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're wrong, and they just have that mindset of, well, you're wrong, and I'm no, I actually believe in what I believe in, and that's pretty much New England is very liberal. It's Liberalville.
You're trying to find it.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for my lifetime, where I live and my family situation, I would have bounced the fuck out of here a long ass time ago. But because
You know what works for me, Mario? Live by this. If you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room.
Oh, I'm in the wrong room every single fucking day.
You know what I'm saying? And that's on the real, dude. You know, I don't try to wake people up. I don't try to convince people. I don't, you know, you can believe what you want. I have my own belief systems. And, you know, if we can learn something from each other or, you know, whatever, then so be it. Have some laughs, drink some beers, you know, it's all good, man. I'm not trying to, you know, convince anybody of shit. Because I believe most people are mentally ill and stupid, so I don't waste my time.
And that's where I guess I waste my time because I'm just like, no, this isn't right. This isn't. And there's a very small minority that believe in what I believe in and agree with what I agree with. Like, but it's
Hey Mario, where are you?
Small minority. Very
No,
small.
Mario, where are you? You Long Island?
I live in East Providence. But
Is it Long Island?
No, it's Rhode Island is a state.
Oh,
Then
okay.
You got Providence, and then you
buddy.
got East.
I want to tell you something. There's a lot of guys out there that are on your, you know, you're all set up, dude.
Yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of here. I gotta get up.
No,
on
there's a lot.
these
No, you gotta
shots
stay
and-
there and like speak your mind, because there's a lot of other people out there that I know that are on your side. Okay, and you don't know. You don't know them.
I found quite a few of them, but they're like I said, they're a minority. They're a minority over here.
Hey, are we
No, it-
live still?
Yeah, we're still live. Sorry about that. Internet issues. As funny as after I
All right.
suggested that
Well,
we wrap this up, it went.
Yeah, the other guys need to shout out whatever they want to shout out.
All right, I'm done.
I guess I'll go. Everybody out there watching, you know, check out the Not Perfect one. He usually does the chat on Friday. I'm not sure if he's going to do one this Friday. Check out, you know, Meal Team 6, Poison Stinger, Rebel Solutions. Check out everybody on the Green panel, the Green Dragon panel. They're good guys. Sometimes they're assholes, but everybody has the right to be an asshole. Check everybody
We do
out.
it because we love.
Yeah.
My channel is WM Warrior 713. I go by